Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order and say that all members are present either by Zoom or in person, and have a resolution to adopt the agenda. But we'll have the land acknowledgement first. The Municipality of Dysart acknowledges that we're on the traditional territory known as the William Treaty First Nations, which includes Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Rama, Boswell, and Georgina First Nations. And we thank these nations for their care and stewardship as they pass through our lands. Okay, could we have a resolution in Mallory to adopt the agenda?
Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of council of the municipality of Dysart et al. Held on September 23rd, 2025 be approved as presented.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Being none, resolution to adopt the minutes, Mallory.
Be it resolved that council approves the following minutes as circulated. Regular council August 26, 2025. Public meeting August 26, 2025.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. We will now go into public meeting. Resolution for that.
Sure. 1 second. Be it resolved that council hereby adjourns the regular meeting of council at 9:02 a.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider official plan amendment file number D08OP 2025-001, which is lands of 2463756 Ontario Incorporated, and zoning bylaw amendment files D14ZB 2025-12 lands of Hay and D14ZB 2025-13 lands of Abbey Gardens Community Trust.
Okay, mover and seconder. Tammy and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll go through this process with the public meeting then. Good morning and welcome, everyone. The public meeting for September 23rd will now come to order. And a notice of all those in attendance at this morning will be either live streamed on YouTube and recorded. Please note that the recording will be linked into the municipal website, so we can watch it later if we wish. The purpose of the public meeting is to present planning applications in a planning forum as required by the Planning Act. This is a public meeting to consider 3 proposed zoning amendments to the Dysart Official Zoning Bylaw 2005-120. It is council's responsibility to consider all the information received to date regarding the applications and to hear and consider any views you may have about these applications. Every person present or registered will have the opportunity to ask questions about the proposals and voice their opinions regarding the same. So when you do speak, please state your name and your relation to the application prior to speaking, and come up here and turn the mic on and we will hear you. Each person will have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes, to provide comments to ask questions. Please direct all your questions to the chair. Please restrict your comments to planning matters only. And after the public meeting is over, council will make a recommendation as to whether or not the proposed zoning amendment should be passed. Council's recommendation will then be considered during the regular meeting of council. Once council has made a decision on the proposed amendment, notice will be circulated as per the Planning Act. All of those persons who have given the municipality written notice that they would like to receive notice of the decision will receive a copy of the decision. You must make this request in writing to the municipality. If a person or body who would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of the council of the municipality to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality in respect of the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw, the municipality of Dysart gives or refuses to give approval to the amendment of the zoning bylaw, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a person to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the board, these are reasonable grounds to do so. So we now recommend the public meeting as per the agenda. The first application on the agenda is file number D08OP 2025-01, lands of 2463756 Ontario Incorporated. The manager of planning will now give a brief overview of the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment. And then we would hear from the applicant if he chooses to do so. So we'll now hear from our planner.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Yes, this is for the official plan amendment. Just a couple housekeeping amendments, as Murray has mentioned. The members of public attending in person will have the first opportunity to speak and provide their comments. We ask that when it is your opportunity to speak, that you step up to the mic located in the corner of council chambers. Members of the public attending online will then proceed after those who are attending in person. Please note that those attending online, that if you wish to speak, please use the raised hand icon or option so that staff know who would like to speak, and then we can bring you into the meeting when it is your opportunity to address council. To help with efficiency of the meeting, please be mindful of repeating the same comments that council may have already heard from other speakers. All written comments will form the public record for the application. Anyone speaking, please clearly state your name and relationship to the application, and your comments will be appropriately recorded as well. Clarification for the comments related to the proposal. So please note that this public meeting for the official plan amendment is only for the official plan amendment, and council will be making a recommendation on the official plan amendment. The municipality is not the approval authority for official plans, subdivisions, or condominium. The County of Haliburton is the approval authority for these applications and will open a separate review and commenting period when applications are being considered and processed at the county level. So the purpose of the application is for the official plan amendment is to redesignate a portion of the subject lands from rural areas designation to a site-specific waterfront residential policy area and environmental protection area, and to further implement the recommendation of the various studies. The proposed amendment would facilitate the development of 25 waterfront lots in the northern phase through a concurrent draft plan of subdivision and plan of condominium for Common Elements Road. The proposed lots will gain access to the waterfront through a common access block located within the southern phase under a separate application. Access to this waterfront block will be provided via a municipally maintained road, Benore Lake Road, and a future Common Elements condominium road, which will connect the proposed northern and southern phases of the development. A Common Elements road is also proposed within the northern phase to provide access to 3 lots known as lots 7 to 9, situated in an area characterized by steep slopes. A zoning amendment will be required as a condition of approval or of any approval to establish the appropriate zoning provisions of the intended use. The Ontario Planning Act legislation. The Planning Act sets out the foundation for land use planning in Ontario and describes how land use may be controlled. Section 2 of the Planning Act provides an overview of the provincial interests in carrying out planning matters within the province that council of the municipality should have regard to. The provincial planning statement. Ontario's prosperity and well-being depends on the planning for sustainable, resilient communities and healthy environment and a strong economy. The PPS directs growth primarily to settlement areas while ensuring rural areas remain viable. Land use must be carefully managed to meet current and future needs, protect sensitive resource, and ensure safe, efficient development patterns. The rural settlement areas are to be primarily focused for the growth. So the settlement areas of the rural areas, not just the rural areas in general, are the primary focus for growth. Development must respect local rural character, scale, and servicing capacity. The PPS promotes a mix of housing, rural economic diversification, and sustainable tourism and conservation and biodiversity. For the rural lands of the PPS, only a limited range of uses are permitted, such as agricultural, resource-based recreation, and compatible residential uses where servicing is appropriate. Development must avoid uneconomical service extensions and protect resource-based uses. The Natural Heritage section 4.1 of the PPS is natural features and biodiversity must be protected for long term. Development is prohibited in significant wetland, woodlands, wildlife habitat, fish habitat, and endangered species habitat unless no negative impact is demonstrated through these areas. Adjacent lands also require evaluation to avoid indirect impacts. Water resources, planning authorities must protect, improve, and restore water quality and quantity. Natural hazards for the PPS is development must be directed away from the hazard lands, such as floodplains and erosion areas. Development and access are not permitted within floodways or areas rendered inaccessible during flooding. Staff comments on the PPS. As noted in the planning report, the application does not appear to be consistent with the provincial planning statement. Concerns include scale of development in the rural area that is not locally appropriate, servicing limitations, especially on constrained lands, shoreline and lake capacity impacts, natural heritage protection, and unsafe access through flood-prone lands. These issues significantly undermine the rationale for redesignating the northern phase lands to waterfront residential. The County of Haliburton has provided and outlined comments related to their official plan. Under land use designation, the subject lands are designated rural lands under the county's official plan. This designation permits resource-based recreational use and limited residential development. The county's OP sets a general minimum lot size of 0.8 hectares, but local municipalities may establish more specific requirements. Flood-prone lands, the county's official plan states that floodplains must be placed in a restrictive land use designation. Only non-structural uses are permitted in these areas. Development or site alteration within regulatory flood elevation is not supported in alignment with the provincial planning statement. Natural features, the lands contain wetlands, watercourses, and significant wildlife habitat, particularly in the north phase of the proposal. The county's OP prohibits development adjacent to these features unless an environmental impact study demonstrates no negative impacts on the features or their ecological functions. Status of technical review, an EIS has been submitted in support of the application. However, the peer review on the EIS has not yet occurred, and the application is not yet deemed complete by the county. The north phase is highly constrained with limited development envelopes due to the environmental features. The recommendation by the county, so the county recommends that the decision on the application be deferred. This will allow time for a thorough review of technical reports, including the EIS and any additional studies. Once complete, this review will inform whether specific policies or mitigation measures are required to address environmental constraints. Staff's review of the municipal official plan, designation and policy context. The subject lands are currently designated rural areas and environmental protection areas under the municipal official plan. The applicant proposes to redesignate these lands to the site-specific waterfront residential area based on shared access to a waterfront block B in a separate phase of development located a significant distance from the proposed development. The common access block is primarily constrained by floodplain areas and provincially significant wetlands. Backlot classifications. Under the official plan, lots that do not physically or functionally relate to the shorelands are considered backlots. The proposed northern phase lots are separate from the shoreline by other lands and roads, and therefore do not meet the criteria for waterfront designation. These lots should be developed in accordance with 14.4.4, which is the backlot requirements, which requires a minimum lot area of 12 hectares, a minimum frontage of 100 meters, and minimum front yard setbacks of 30 meters, and have direct access to year-round public road. Lots of servicing concerns. Many of the proposed lots are undersized and do not meet the rural standards for lot area, frontage, and setbacks. Several lots are constrained by natural heritage features, limiting the usability, the usable space for dwellings, septic systems, and driveways. Encroachments into the environmental buffers and front yard setbacks are proposed on many of the lots, which do not conform with the official plan. Environmental protection and natural heritage. The official plan prohibits development in environmental protection areas. The environmental impact, the EIS, identifies significant natural heritage features, including wetlands and wildlife habitat. Floodplain and access issues. The proposed shoreline access block and connecting road are located within floodplain, raising concerns about safe access during a flood event. The access is critical to the applicant's rationale for waterfront designation, but does not meet policy requirement under the municipal official plan. Lake capacity and shoreland development. Bonor Lake is already identified as over recreational carrying capacity in the official plan. Backlots with functional lake access will contribute to the shoreland density and should be included in lake capacity calculations. The proposal risks intensifying recreational and environmental pressure on the lake. And then just noting some zoning items that staff have noted. Zoning amendment status, although not currently part of the proposed application, it was worth noting that the draft zoning amendment was provided with the application. Zoning bylaw amendment would be required if council considers approval of the proposal. This amendment would apply to the northern phase and must align with the official plan. Conflicting land use designations. The proposed draft zoning appears to combine rural and waterfront uses, which are not typically permitted together under the current zoning framework. These raise concerns about the land use compatibility and policy conformity. Additional dwelling units. The applicant has proposed 2 dwelling units per lot, including additional dwelling units. This use is not supported under the current waterfront designation and would require a separate official plan amendment to permit. The submitted studies and plans do not account for the ADUs, which is the additional dwelling units, meaning the application is incomplete for the intended use and would need to be added and recirculated for the use to be considered. Official plan alignment. The official plan clearly defines rural development and waterfront residential development as distinct categories. Staff are of the opinion that the classification of the proposed development as waterfront residential is flawed. The proposal does not conform to the intent of the official plan or the zoning bylaw. Public comments. In accordance with the requirement of the Planning Act, all neighboring property owners, excuse me, were circulated and notice of the application was published in the local newspaper. To date, the municipality has received approximately 43 written submissions, all expressing opposition to the proposal. Copies of these letters are attached to the staff report, and the following provides a summary of the key concerns raised by the public. Environmental protection and wildlife habitat. The proposal would contribute to loss of sensitive wetlands, marshes, and natural shoreline. Threats to endangered and at-risk species, including loons and other species. Concerns about habitat fragmentation, tree removal, and destruction of ecological corridor. inadequate or biased environmental studies with calls for independent peer review, potential phosphorus loading for septic systems affecting fish habitat and water quality, lake capacity and recreational pressure. Benor Lake is already over recreational carrying capacity. Additional lots will increase boating, noise, and shoreline erosion. Concerns about misleading boat capacity studies, especially regarding Elephant Lake and lack of inclusion of Baptiste Lake. Fears of increasing boat traffic, dock installation, and degrading of shoreline. Impact on the loon nesting and chick survival with reference to scientific studies. Infrastructure and servicing. Road capacity concerns, especially Benor Lake Road, not being suitable for heavy construction traffic or increased residential use. Lack of traffic study and calls for alternative access routes. Strain on emergency services, hydro, water, and waste management. Concerns about reopening the closed landfill and its proximity to the water body. Potential groundwater contamination from cluster septic systems and wells. Planning integrity and policy compliance. Opposition to reclassifying backlots as waterfront lots, which contradict the official plan. Concerns about setting a precedent for future inappropriate development. Inconsistency with the provincial planning statement and county and municipal official plans. Requests that peer review of supporting material be completed. Community character and quality of life. Loss of rural and natural character, peace and quiet. Increased noise, light pollution, and traffic. Concerns related to short-term rentals, trespassing, and enforcement of bylaw. Impact on tourism and recreational enjoyment of the area. Public consultation and transparency. There's been widespread frustration over lack of notification for public meeting and open houses. Calls for better communication and inclusive engagement, especially for seasonal residents. Requests for transcript and attendance records from past meetings. Scale of development in future phases. Concerns about the developer's stated intent to build 1,271 lots, far beyond the current 25 lot proposal. Fear that approval of the current phase opens the door to massive future expansion, and skepticism about the developer's marketing and long-term intentions. Recommendation: staff has reviewed the proposal in the context of the provincial planning statement, the county's official plan, municipal official plan, includes that the proposed official plan amendment is not consistent with the PPS, does not conform with the municipality's official plan, and does not represent good planning. Staff recommend that council deny the application. Ashley Kennedy, who is the planning consultant, I believe is in attendance today, and will provide an overview of the proposal and can address any questions that council may have regarding the proposal. And that concludes staff's overview of the application and comments. And I'll turn it back to you, Murray.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Is the applicant or agent prepared to make his comments now? Or her comments, so.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for having me here today. As Chris mentioned, my name's Ashlyn Kennedy, and I'm the planner on the file. I believe the applicant is here in the audience with me, and then our environmental consultant is or was online. I don't see him anymore, but he was there. So he can address any of the environmental comments. And then Mallory, would you be able to pull up my slide deck?
Yeah, Lori's going to pull that up.
Thank you. Perfect. All right. So as heard by Chris, our overall application is for a plan of subdivision, but as part of that, we need an official plan amendment for these lands known as the northern lands. There are two phases of development. we're calling them the northern lands and the southern lands proposed right now. So if you could go to the next slide and the next slide. This is the location of the property. So the properties are currently vacant and surrounded by rural and shoreline residential uses, Elephant Lake, wetlands, forest vegetation, and Benar Lake. Currently, the properties are designated rural and provincially significant wetlands in the county official plan, while Dysart's official plan designates the lands rural areas, waterfront residential areas, and environmental protection designations, as well as the provincially significant wetland overlay. Next slide, please. Next one, sorry. And next one. Thank you. So this is a zoomed in view of the proposed northern phase development. So the northern phase will consist of 25 lots located along the east side of Benor Lake Road. The lots will range in size from 0.65 hectares to just over 2 hectares, with lots 1 and 6 and 10 to 25 having a driveway directly off of Benor Lake Road, and lots 7 to 9 will be accessed via a right-of-way at the rear of the lots, which you can see here on the screen. Each lot will have a dwelling and private water and septic servicing, and then access will be gained to the waterfront via a block in the southern phase development, which will be a common access clubhouse amenity space. Next slide, please. So as I did mention, there is a southern phase as well, which is not the focus of today's application, but just to give you some context. So the southern phase is shown on the screen there. It is located along the eastern and northern shore of Elephant Lake. It will consist of 38 waterfront residential lots, and these lots will range in size from 0.32 hectares to 3 hectares. And they will be accessed from an extension of Benar Lake Road to the end of the southern development here. Similar to the northern phase, they'll have dwellings and private water and septic servicing. Next slide, please. So as you know, we are here for an official plan amendment today, and that is to recognize that the northern phase development functions as part of the waterfront. So the northern lands are currently designated, it's hard to tell, I apologize, the drawing is quite small on the screen, but they're designated in the rural area with a small portion of the waterfront residential just crossing Benar Lake Road. It is our opinion via the common element block in the southern phase that these lands will function as part of the waterfront and therefore can be redesignated to a special policy area for the waterfront purposes. As discussed in our planning report, which I believe was part of the package on the agenda, the development proposed is not representative of scattered or isolated development, as it's clustered with other waterfront residential developments along the shores of Benar and Elephant Lakes. And the oh, sorry, next slide, please. Thank you. The OP schedule shown here highlights the northern land, so that yellow area is approximately the location of those northern land 25 lots. It does cross, the waterfront designation does cross Benar Lake Road. If you zoom in on that drawing, you can see that. And so basically we're looking for an extension of that designation to continue across the road further and capture our lands. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is rotated, but this captures the northern and southern land proposed development, so you can see the whole. And just to clarify that this is only 63 lots, I believe, not the over 1,000 that have been mentioned in some of the public comments. This development in front of you today is specifically for the 25 lots of the northern part. Next slide, please. Again, this is just a zoomed in version of the northern lots, which is for today's application. And next slide. Chris kind of alluded to some of these during his speech, so I just wanted to quickly touch on them. As mentioned, the proposal for the northern and south phase only captures 63 lots. Not any more than that. That's all that's in front of staff right now. There were comments about no one being notified for the developer initiated open house. We hosted a virtual open house in November of last year. My staff provided notice to the municipality, and the municipality did circulate that. Unfortunately, it seems like it was not delivered. We're not quite sure what happened there, but it was circulated to neighbors, the same as notice for today's meeting was. There was comments about boating capacity. So as all members will be directed down to the common element block, the boating capacity will on Elephant Lake. The landfill site, I think maybe a misunderstanding, but we're not proposing to open the old landfill. We were just assessing the impacts of that. As I mentioned, there was a couple environmental impact comments, and Jeremy, our consultant, is online, so he can speak to those. And then docking, we're not proposing docks in each individual lot. The docks will be at that common element community block. I think that's the end of my slide deck, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
You'll get your chance to ask questions.
That's it for me, but if there's any questions from council, I'm happy to answer.
So do you want to have your other gentleman, does he want to make comment on the environmental part now?
Would you prefer that he did that now?
Yeah, I think, and then we can do it all at once.
Sounds good. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Just to bring it back, my name is Jeremy Prawl. I'm a senior ecologist with Cambium, also the group manager of our natural sciences group at the firm. Cambium was retained by the applicant to complete an environmental impact study for the northern and actually the southern phases as well. So that process was carried out a number of years ago now, but updates have been made over the past few years to the report, and the report that was submitted as part of the application package to the municipalities was authored by myself and others from my team. So I just wanted to provide a quick overview for those who may not be as familiar about the natural heritage planning process and environmental impact studies in the province. These studies are generally comprised of a baseline or existing conditions review of both background information and field studies that gather information for a particular property. They examine the proposed development as it's brought forward, provide a narrative on the potential impacts and adverse effects of that development on the natural heritage and natural character of the property. It also speaks to the planning perspective, so addresses municipal and provincial policy and conformity and compliance with such. And typically will include a number of recommendations associated with the findings and a comment or a conclusion on the appropriateness as it relates to the policies and regulations that apply. So quick overview of the process for an environmental impact study. In the case of this particular application, the EIS was supported by a comprehensive, essentially 4-season study that examined the conditions, natural heritage conditions, both kind of late winter right through to the fall. It was supported by exhaustive field work, so our staff comprised of specialists in birds, fish, vegetation, wetlands, etc., visited the site on at least 12 occasions. There were actually some additional work that was done beyond what was stated in the report. We, as I mentioned, evaluate the site based on the definitions that the province set forward for natural heritage. So we do look at all kind of range of species groups from birds and fish to frogs, turtles, We look at vegetation, communities, forests, wetlands, and we look at the lakefront as well and the aquatic character. Our report does provide a conclusion with respect to the potential effects and impacts of the proposed development. So if you have not had a chance to review it, I would invite you to do so. As Mr. Orson mentioned, there is an ongoing third-party municipally led peer review process that will apply to this. So this is fairly common in the municipal development application world, where we have another firm is invited to review the work of the report, look at the policies as we have, and identify any deficiencies or concerns that they have from a technical perspective. So for those who may be concerned about bias, that's certainly understandable, and I think that process will serve to address some of those concerns. But I'm happy to have any answer any questions that are technical or specific to the application. Obviously, there were a number, as mentioned in the summary. There is definitely a substantial natural character to this site, and the applicant has made various efforts to ensure that that natural character is maintained consistent with planning policy and applicable regulation. So I think I'll hand it back, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay, council members have any questions? Okay, so, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, Murray, I guess on the lots of moving parts to this, and I thank staff for the amount of time they've spent on raking through this, but I'm just really concerned about the breakdown of the public meeting. On that note, if it's been said that they've done it twice and
Yeah.
it's not been done, then to me, that's a critical part of
Yeah.
this whole process on that note. But anyway, that's frustrating to imagine, because not only the ratepayers, but to council and the staff, we spent a lot of time on this. And if that was an integral part of the whole process, it's been missed twice, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And in terms of 63 lots on those lakes, I have difficulty too, thinking that that's not going to have any adverse environmental effects, even if it's just out of general use of the lakes in these lots. But anyway, we'll let everybody carry on. But
Yeah. Thanks, Pat. No, I think I have trouble understanding how they call them waterfront lots. Yeah. Certainly not what we traditionally call waterfront lots, but anyway. Okay, so do you have anything else to add? Okay, well, I think this is going to be, we'll go to the public now. And all I'm asking, I want everyone to have their say, but we had a lot of reports that are the same. And if somebody just gets up and you're going to repeat the same thing, you don't want to take away your right for a public process. I'm not Donald Trump. So we'll let you speak, but on the other hand, please, because of time, we're allowing you 5 minutes each. And if you've got something new to bring to the table or a new concern, we want to hear that. But we do have everything you've sent. And I believe there's a petition coming with some 500 signatures on, which is pretty good for Benora Lake, and over 1,000. So I know the concern that you have, and I think council will pay attention to what you're saying. Anyway, we have to do it based on fact and on the official. And we're at this point, we're not dealing with the 1,251 lots. Please understand that, because a lot of you had that in your notes. We're dealing with the official plan amendment for the 25 lots. I think it's 25, isn't it? Yeah. So that's what we're dealing with today. The rest will go to the county for a lot of these approvals. And we will be at the county too. So there you go. All right. Who's going to lead this?
Before the public speaks, I'm sorry, I have a request. The civil engineer on the file, that on the applicant's side, is just having some technical issues connecting. His name is Tony Wang. I have him on speakerphone here, and I don't know how well this is going to work. Alternatively, I don't know, Mallory, if you're able to make him a panelist.
I think Lori's able to promote him. Yeah, he's got his hand up in the attendee list, so we'll see if we can promote him, and if he accepts on his end, then he'll be able to transfer over.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll try that, yeah.
Jane, who is he? Yeah, okay.
Thank you there. This is Tony Wang from King EPCM. I am the principal engineer as the civil consultant on behalf of the client.
Okay. Go ahead. You have something to add?
Yes, thank you, everyone. As the civil engineer, we have been diligent and working significantly on this file for a number of years now. I heard several repeated concerns that I would like to just address. Firstly is that as per the initial Chris, the planner side on behalf of the township, there was discussion that there were quote unquote flooding concerns that were identified. We were the consultant that brought the concern of flooding as a full, complete, and sufficient package, that whether it is the northern subdivision, northern phase or the southern phase, there is no development within flooding. As a civil engineer, my prerequisite before the client is to ensure public safety, and we confirm that road travel path and structures and public safety is not compromised at any case. There is perhaps a confusion in terms of existing or historic roads that go through a culvert. And as most people know, in rural cases, when culverts are put in 30, 50, 60 years ago and they get undersized, then sometimes if you get a 100-year storm, the culvert gets flooded out, water crosses over the road, and we call it flooding in engineering speak. But in any case, we've done significant modeling to show that flooding is not an impact and will not jeopardize public safety. Secondly, there were concerns regarding bulk capacity studies, specifically for the north phase, which is this application right now. The future possible owners have a deeded right to the southern block, which is to Elephant Lake. As per the township's official plan, there are terms of reference, definitions of how and why boating studies should or should not be done, and what counts as boating studies. If we go by the exact terms of reference in the official plan itself, they say that only properties which are touching the waterfront shall be considered for boating studies. And say this with wholeheartedness to have an open discussion, because if you look around the development around Benoit Lake, there are a number of quote unquote historic backlots. Now, do they have to go through boating studies? We don't know. But in the interest of participating in a rounded discussion, we fully recognize that Benoit Lake is above the ideal carrying capacity of the residents. And so that is why the first solution that we gave is that all of these owners, because again, they don't have immediate property boundary touching the water, they will be deeded right to Elephant Lake. We did do a full comprehensive study around Elephant Lake and found that Elephant Lake was significantly underutilized. It is some giant number, 30, 50 hectares in size. It's a gigantic lake, and the people generally use that significantly less. And finally, there was one brief comment about how come Baptiste Lake was not checked, and specifically the boating capacity, number one says you do the capacity at the most likely or the lake that will be used. So in this case, the northern phase will be using Elephant Lake. Also, Baptiste Lake is in another township, so unfortunately they just are out of the picture. And finally, there was another comment regarding the landfill study. The landfill study itself is not to reopen the historic landfill. It is a chemical environmental study to consider what impact, if any, has the historic landfill would impose on the future residents of this northern phase if council were to accept this subdivision. So just to confirm, we know that there is a landfill over north of our proposed development. We're saying, given that there's landfill there, are there any possible contamination or chemical concerns on the residents if people were to develop on the site? Those are my comments.
I'd just like to address your point about Benor Lake having back lots. 50 years ago, that was developed. You wouldn't be allowed that today. So just so you know that. Okay. Okay, that's good. Any other questions for this gentleman? Oh, okay, lots of questions. Okay, who's going to speak first here? You want to come up?
My name is Catherine Weber. I am an adjacent owner at 1352 Benor Lake Road. As far as the meetings are concerned, the councillor raised it. We are disappointed. We are on file to be notified. We haven't been notified. We would attend the meetings. If we didn't show up for the first one, you'd think you would have tried harder for the second one. So hence why everyone is here today. Even this meeting today, we had to ask for it. It came very late in our mail. And I think it only came after we asked for it. So just to that point, I really respect the staff report and support the denial, as do all my neighbors. I also respect the developer's right to build. He has an investment in a land, as all we do too, but he is obligated to follow the provincial rules and regulations, and the OP is there to protect all of us. So the staff has done a great job of outlining why this application doesn't meet any of that criteria to open it up or change it. And honestly, listening to the experts, it's very disappointing to hear how someone can manipulate, studies and things to suit their purposes, which is to overbuild and overpopulate in a place that's not appropriate. You're either on the water or you're not. These are not on the water. These are behind me, right behind me, several of them. I walk that road every day with my dog. Outlined in the studies, you don't go to Baptiste. Well, clearly you've not been on our lake. The lake is joined. There's lots of boat traffic. It's overused today. They go up and down. There's a marina on Benor. They're going on Benor. They're not going south. Where they're located is in the wetlands. It's not swimmable. It's in the middle of nowhere. They're coming to Benor. Elephant is quite a ways down. So physically, if you look at the maps, you're just twisting the information to suit this conforming, and it really doesn't in any way, shape, or form. I think reading the staff report, there was a lot in there about the parkland. Where's that dedication? They're building on a road. There's nothing there. They're overbuilding on lots that aren't big enough. Road access isn't appropriate. Lake access isn't appropriate. The environmental impacts, you're saying that, but have you experienced it? You sticking houses right up to the road and okay, we're leaving the pond and the thing at the back. But as soon as that owner's in there and they want to build a bigger shed or a greenhouse, guess what? He's in there bulldozing those things, filling them in. Who's going to control or watch that after it's built? That's the problem. So this phase, and I know this is in front of us, but really it's also cutting and pasting 3 applications to slip by the rules, to overstep the things that are there to protect us owners. And we have an investment too. I've lived on Benor Lake for over 30 years. We live there now permanently for 6 years. That's my retirement. That's my money. If this degrades my value and my property, that's what these things, policies, and our council are there to protect us too. Again, respecting that he's got an investment, but he bought it knowing what the rules overlaid on that land were. And now he's trying to twist them to overbuild. So to finish up and just to wrap up in my 5 minutes, I hope. I'm not going to go over all the little bits. I think they were clearly covered by staff. I think they've caught everything. We hope and respect that they will continue to speak on our behalf and make sure that we stick to the rules. That's why they're there, to protect both sides, right? And I think one of the things that we feel as owners is that this developer has clearly disregarded all the rules. He built those roads in there long before he had permits and everything else. We lived through dump trucks running down that road last summer. You almost got killed walking your dog. And none of that was in, like none of that was approved. It's a bloody highway back there, and it's a mess. The land is scarred, it's all cut down, the trees are down, and these water access properties, it's a bulldozer to the lake. And he clear cut right to the lake, no approvals, no studies, and then they came back and mitigated. You can't take back 50, 100-year-old trees. It's scarred. There's no mitigation to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes.
Jeff has a comment, Murray, before we.
Yes. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, if I may, I want to get out in front of this because I do know we received a lot of comments and concerns about the public notice and the consultation process. So I just want to note that in terms of today's public meeting, notice was provided in accordance with the Planning Act. Notice was mailed out. It was placed in the newspaper. In terms of the meeting in November of 2024, which was an applicant-led meeting as required by the official plan, the municipality did send out the notice for that on behalf of the applicants, and we're really unsure as to why those notices did not make or reach their target as well. The only thing I can think of is that there was a postal strike at the time that started in mid-November and lasted until mid-December. It's the only thing that I can think of, but we can ensure for everybody in attendance today, we did mail out the notices, and we're sorry that they didn't get there, and we are unsure why.
And Jeff, can you clarify the buffer too? Because a lot of people who have contacted me are outside of the radius, and unfortunately, the radius is stipulated just so we have a guideline of it by the provincial legislation of who we notify. So Jeff, can you clarify that radius?
Yeah, of course. And the notice circulation distance is 120 meters from the development. So that's where that notice was provided. We don't do any more or any less, and that's to respect both the applicant's rights as well as adjacent property owners' rights.
But that's when lake associations kick in and send them all out.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Valerie Hunt. I've been coming up to Benor Lake for 30 years now. I understand that this meeting is regarding, we'll say the file number, D08OP2025001. I would also like it to apply, what I'm going to say, to any other official plan amendment proposal that relates to any or all of the 6 properties associated with this file number, specifically the south phase, because I understand we're talking about the north phase, but specifically I'd like to have this apply to any documents regarding the south phase. Furthermore, I'm opposed to the concurrent applications, which I understand don't apply right now, but regardless, the D12 SB 2025-001 and 002 regarding the lots, the subdivision, also D007 CD 2025-001 and 002 regarding the north and south phase condo roads, which, as we've heard, the south phase condo road has already been built, complete with culverts and drainage ditches, etc. So, okay, also I'm commenting on any and all properties associated with 95 developments and or listed as Algonquin Garden. Now, I'd like to also say one thing too, that the information provided at the beginning by Mr. Chris Orsan was very informative, and I would have loved to have this information before writing my comments, because now I'm not as informed as I would have liked to be when writing it. So what I'd like to say to the council members is please vote against this, or at least defer the vote. The potential economic benefits do not outweigh the devastation and destruction. I don't believe that you want to leave this as your legacy. This type of development was voted down 20 years ago and needs to be voted down again. I have read the reports supporting the application and they are poorly done. I hardly know where to begin with the flaws in these reports. These applications are supported by extremely inaccurate and misleading reports. General comments applying to this statement I've just made. First, wherever the reports reference the properties being along the shore or the shoreline of Elephant Lake are wrong, it is the York River. The York River flows through Benor Lake, then through the provincially significant wetland and onto Baptiste. Properties along the river are deeded York River, including the small island as the river flows toward Baptiste. Elephant Lake is only the low-lying area to the south that was flooded when the dam was built. As I understand it, the criteria for developing on a river, which are navigated waters, is different from developing on a lake. Consequently, the EIS, wildlife surveys, erosion and sediment reports, boating capacity reports are invalid or misleading. Secondly, I see no mention of consultation with Algonquin First Nations. I believe that the land in question is still under a treaty negotiation, the Algonquins of Ontario land claim. This area is still traditional hunting and trapping territory, as the York River watershed was home to the Indigenous nomadic Algonquin people. Thirdly, public consultation is a complete fabrication. No one received the alleged notice of the alleged meeting held November 15th. I cannot find one person who was notified or who attended. The summary provided by EcoView indicates that several neighbors participated. Their questions and comments focused on the timelines for development approval, the specifics of the lot layouts, and their interest in the properties, in the project's potential as a prime location for summer vacations and recreational activities. Ridiculous. There is no way that everyone there was primarily interested in the potential income. I don't believe it. I would like to see the transcripts and list of attendees. Specifically, the northern phase. As has been stated, these reports state that they're a waterfront on Elephant Lake. They are neither on the waterfront nor are they on Elephant Lake, but they are backlots on wetlands and small water courses. As such, the site alteration rules say that they need to have 30 meters from the high mark and not the low level. In March, April, and early May, that whole area is flooded. Apparently, they monitored from late May to October, so not the high mark. Also 25 septic systems in a wetland area. I don't see any report that says the site conditions are suitable for the provision of appropriate sewage and water services for the long term with no negative impacts. Also 25 wells. Well, they'll be draining the wetlands. I don't see any reports that the site conditions are suitable for the long-term provision of such services with no negative impacts. The water table is very high. How much fill will be needed to build houses and septic systems? Many lots have solid rock escarpment. How much blasting of rock will need to be done? Their their erosion and sediment is either wetland or York River. Sediment into a wetland or river is not sustainable. Again, on their report during construction, they have Appendix B, which relates to urban construction, not within wetlands. So this whole northern phase is home to hundreds, if not thousands, of red trilliums, many turtles, including endangered blandings, frogs, including western chorus frogs, birds, including the at-risk wood thrush, trees, including increasingly rare black ash.
I don't want to rush you, but you're way over your 5 minutes.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
I know you're not keeping track of time.
Thank you. I'll take her 5.
Carry on.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I didn't time it. Specifically, the southern phase is on the York River as per their map DP3 draft plan south phase on page 1 of 1. Their plan is that people are going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, on a waterfront property, but they cannot put in a dock and have a boat sitting at their dock. You are telling me that they have to have a boat on a trailer, then move the boat to the water, then get it out of the water, put it back on a trailer. You're telling me that people will not just quietly dredge a channel and put in a dock. Who is going to guarantee that this won't happen? Who is going to police and enforce this? Again, with the septic systems on the York River and on a provincially significant wetland area, I don't see any report that says that site conditions are suitable for the provision of appropriate sewer and water services for the long term with no negative impacts. What does Fisheries and Oceans Canada, the DFO, have to say about this potential for phosphorus loading from the proposed concentration of septic system associated with the proposed use? Is this what they call HADD, harmful alteration, disruption or destruction of fish habitat or the death of fish? There is deer wintering habitat and Algonquin wolves, which will follow the deer. I will skip this. All the proposed construction for the southern phase would have to come along through Benor Lake Road for years, which has been stated. In closing, the developer comes out of Toronto. Is there any marketing study to see if this condo style development will even work in this facility? People who come to this place based on their website will be expecting things that won't be here. They call this Algonquin Garden. Property owners will not expect to have their properties beside buggy, mosquito-filled wetlands. All in all, I feel that the developer may not be operating in good faith, something that we or you need not associate ourselves with. We need to continue on with the care and stewardship that we've always done. I urge you to reject this proposal in its entirety. In addition, please take this kind of development off the table forever. Your legacy should be preserving this land forever, not destroying it. Please do the right thing. Stop this development now and forever. Allow it to be donated to a land trust for protection. And thank you very much. And I'm sorry it went over.
Thank you. Okay, sir.
Thank you, Valerie. A lot of really good points. My name's Kevin Simmons. My wife and I have a cottage on 1007 Delphine, which is off of Benor Lake Road. And I just wanted to comment on Mr. Wang's comments that Elephant Lake is just a giant lake. I don't know what pond he lives beside. It's not a giant lake. It's at the most a small to medium-sized lake. And I don't know what the percentage is, but probably 25% or more is under 5 feet deep. It's very shallow. Okay, and hence very sensitive to any environmental impact. That fact notwithstanding that it's the proposed development is not on Elephant Lake, it's on York River. I agree with that point. Second point that Mr. Wang made was, it's kind of insulting to the rest of us that live on Benor Lake Road. He said, well, it's not his fault, these culverts, these old culverts that were put in a long time ago get clogged up easy and a 100-year storm overruns the culvert. These people, when they put in that road up the hill to the northern lands and cut down all those trees and bulldozed Lord knows what, put in that culvert brand new, Mr. Wang, because I live about 200 feet away from it and I was watching the whole thing. So I don't know where you get off acting like you're doing things in good faith. And it wasn't a 100-year storm. It was the runoff from the spring runoff, for crying out loud. And that great big culvert, and it's a big culvert, was filled right up with mud right across the road going on to my neighbor's property. And they're good people and they don't deserve it. All right? So don't baffle people with your whatever, because we're not falling for it. And this council here have lived up here all their lives, invested all their time in this community, won't believe it either. So I have to settle myself down now.
Yeah, we don't want you to get sick here.
No, I have a stroke. Right? So I was talking to a friend of mine who's an environmental consultant. And he said there's a certain thing called septic load. And there's studies on all the lakes in Ontario, apparently, about septic load. And he said to inquire whether a study has been done on Benor Lake Road about the septic load, and if this would exceed it. It sounds like there has been, and that it does exceed the septic load. We live right across the road from this proposed development. We have a Sandpoint well, as do most of the people along there. And the Sandpoint wells take it just from the groundwater. And I can't imagine if anything went wrong with any of these septics, what our wells would be filled with. Especially since for the most part of the year, that land is saturated. And I'm talking saturated like a sponge. And you can't get away from it. It's just the way it is. The water comes down that hill over the rocks and settles in the north part of that land, or on the north part of the road. So there's that. And second of all, or the next thing I would say is about the mailing. And I understand there's people that have made, excuses. Well, it could be the postal strike, could be this, could be that. Well, you know what? A lot of things were mailed prior to the postal strike and during the postal strike, and eventually we got them. We all remember that. Not too much went missing. 6 to 8 months later, yeah, it ends up coming in the mail. I don't remember getting anything in the mail about these meetings. And neither does anybody else in this room. Has anybody gotten anything after the postal strikes or anything like that about these meetings? Not one person. Not one. So about this, the mitigation that was made after they clear cut down to the road or down to the river. And the mitigation was done. There's a sign on the gate to that road that goes up the hill to the top of these lands, saying that mitigation is to be done. The date has been whited out, and it's been there for a long time, and there's been nothing done. And every time it rains, it comes right down there, and that culvert is still full. Still full of mud, Mr. Wang. You gonna do anything about it? There's a thing called good faith. There's good faith actors and there's bad faith actors. The bad faith actors go and do stuff, try to mitigate it afterward, and if they can't get away with it, and if they can get away with it, then they won't. I don't think there's any question who's a good faith actor in this, who's a bad faith actor. Because you're not doing what you've been asked to do by the township or the county, and you're not listening to people. And at the very least, there's been a lot of misconstruing of facts. So thanks for your time. God bless.
Yes.
Name is Michael Pittman, 5886 Elephant Lake Road. I'd like to address this situation. I'm not up in Benor. I know the situation up there, but I'm down on Elephant Lake Road. I'd like to let everybody know that this will impact Elephant Lake Road to the point of no return. About 90 years ago, when they moved Elephant Lake Road and expropriated my lakefront, that was in order for the mill to keep running, Martin's Mill, and to allow the trucks so they didn't have to go through the back 40, shall we say. We were okay with that. But the impact now of this, that road's been resurfaced 10 times in the last 25 years. How many more times are you going to do it? And all that calcium and all that stuff to make that road nice is going right in the lake. The road's 15 feet from the water. So the impact of this will be like monumental to Elephant Lake Road and to Elephant Lake. And the fact is, they call this the Elephant Lake, but this development area is actually York River. And this is now the third kick at the can by people to try to develop this particular piece of property. How many times we gotta come here? I'm getting too old for this. I had to cancel cancer treatment this morning. I had to cancel cancer treatment in order to come here. I found about it at a boat launch down in Elephant on Saturday afternoon. And no notices, no nothing. Armalite got shut down by the OMB, which I think it was Armalite, the name. And previous time as well, shut down. How many times we got to go up this one piece of land? It should be part of Algonquin Park. It's right across the road. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else new that someone would like to add? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everybody's talked about exactly what I think all the letters are written, but I would like to just address Jeff for 1 second and the council. I understand.
Sir, do you mind, sorry, you might have been leading to this, but do you mind introducing yourself just so I can note it, just to make sure I have it down?
I'm so sorry. I did.
That's okay.
My name is
Yeah.
Michael McDonald. I'm adjacent to the, I'm on Benor Lake as well as Benor Lake Road. The one thing I want to talk about is just the 120-meter rule. I know that I think Jeff said that it's part of the provincial plan and that's how you go, and you're trying to be fair to the developer and also the landowners. I think council should look at that 120-meter rule because it's kind of, if I can use the word, farcical, because we've seen the drawings of what proposed on Elephant Lake Road. All those neighbors that are all there, and we won't talk about missing this and missing that, but the 120 meters I think should be changed. I think the council should try to do it if it's possible for them to do it, because these developments might continue happening. And 300 feet, if I can go back to my old things, or a little bit over that, is kind of not really doing the neighbors in any neighborhood a service by allowing them to know what's going on in their backyard, because it is their backyard. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Bernd Reddick. I'm resident of Benor Lake Road, 16 years now. And so I agree with everything that was said from the speakers before me, because my main concern is flooding. And I have just one new neighbor in the last 3 years, right beside me. And they get permission to fill up 4 feet high their property. And they put huge rocks to my corner lot. And then I get flooded now, my garage every spring. And it's just one lot. If you're going to build across the road, well, I guess you have to fill up, and probably more than 4 feet to build anything there. So where's the point in doing that? And this is just one lot and I get flooded. And my fear is if they build there, well, I get flooded like the whole year, even when it rains. So I'm sorry for that because I'm on chemo treatment. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Something else new?
Rick Roberts, 1025 Jasmine Road. I'm not sure how things operate up here. I've been up here quite a while, but should there not be big signs with what's proposed for that land? That would have avoided all your missed meetings, notifications and all that. There's nothing there. Like usually there's a planning with the intention of that land. I don't know why that wasn't posted. And I went back through your council minutes. I can't find anything where the approval for all those roads they built up there, where they just basically raped the land. So
I hear you.
I don't know. I heard there was some pathways supposed to be allowed, but those aren't pathways.
No, the road.
They're major highways.
Okay. Are we good? We'll
So Murray, we do have people who have attended by Zoom who would like to speak as well. They're using their hand up function. So if it's okay, we can start bringing those people in as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many are there of them? 4, okay.
Turn the mic. Thank you.
Okay, you guys can go ahead and introduce yourselves. I think you're on the screen now.
Us?
Yep, go ahead.
I'm Neela Pacenti, and this is my husband, Gene Sorrenzia. We're at 1004 Delphine Court, which is right across the road from the proposed development. And we don't really have anything new to add, but just want to say that we're in full support of and appreciation for all the work the staff has done, all the comments that have been made so far, and we strongly urge council to turn down this application. Do you have anything to add?
Pragmatically, should this application move forward, we need to think about construction management and how we protect everything that's near and dear, everything that people have spoken about now. So, for example, fuel loss mitigation. When that marina goes in, or that those cohabitated docks go in, how is fuel going to be maintained there? What are the responsibilities for maintenance of that? How are the rest of the residents insured? If there's dynamiting occurring, what's the process for that? And also the other thing that came to mind was I don't know how the site plan came about. Our comments were about lots 23, 24, and 22. They are near a sheer cliff with probably less than 15 feet from the road to the cliff. That site plan doesn't reflect the nature of the topography, and as such is inaccurate. And is it possible to set that site plan aside and deem it inappropriate and not accurate for this entire planning process? And how that site plan was approved by the developers of that site plan that were hired by the developer, how that could have happened without looking at the geography of what's there. It's just absolutely inaccurate. Okay, so just if this is going to be approved, let's get accurate about what's there and how it's going to move forward. The other thing I would ask council and the mayor, your worship, if that road was built without permits, what does the town have within its power to close that road until it has been assessed thoroughly and remediated for their environmental impact and their impact to sewage and to water flow and all the other concerns? Yes, it's been built. It's been built apparently without permits. What are the implications and what are the responsibilities of the town and the developer to remediate all of this work that's been done without any permitting? It's not just, well, they've done it, it's too bad.
Yeah.
Let's go back and have a look at what's been done and who's responsible for making it right. Okay, so those are my comments. Again, thank you, the staff, for their diligence in this, but I think we've got some other opportunities here to take a look at fixing what's already happened if it's wrong. Okay, so those are my comments, and I thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Fair enough. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next.
Yeah, there'll be a little lag while Lori does the switch here. Peter and Heather, you're on. If you can turn on your camera and your microphone. Oh, we can hear you now, so you're good to go.
All right, thank you. Heather and I have been residents on a part-time basis for 38 years. We live in BC, but we spend 5 months a year at Benor, and then our children sometimes will come up in the winter as well. Principal concerns are we don't properly enforce our bylaws now, and what is going to happen when we get something as huge as what is being anticipated. The access roads, the common access ways on Benor Lake now are out of control and have been for several years. In one instance, they've clear cut the majority of the frontage, and another instance, they've begun to do the same thing on another access lot. These things are just a tip of the iceberg in terms of enforcement of bylaws and laws. I don't recall the last time I've seen an OPP on the lake. I know this is not the jurisdiction of the council, but you know, we need to monitor and control the development we have now without adding more. Adding 25 lots, and what I understand is there would be 25 lots, but they could be split in two, if I interpret it correctly. That's 50 more people. And do you think they're going to all go to the southern access to get access to the lake? They're not going to do that. They're going to use the common access ones that are already more than full. The lake is busy enough as it is. We have not only residents of the lake, but we get people coming up from Baptiste and that, and it can be on a given weekend, it can be very, very busy. And there's Airbnbs and everything else that are other concerns. We have one back lot that rents their place, and it's not unsurprising to see 5 Sea-Doos there all at once, and them zipping it all around without any control. So the current status of the lake and the use of the lake, I have concerns about, and to consider any further addition is just going to exacerbate the situation, and I strongly oppose any further development. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Is that okay?
You're good to go, Caitlin.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Caitlin Weber from 1268 Benor Lake Road. I just quickly like to preface that I am a practicing planner, but I'm participating today as a resident on Benor Lake Road. I just have a series of questions. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for staff or for the applicant to address these today, or if they can get back to me. I'm happy to just kind of list them off and then we can go from there. So my first question is, understanding that there's a proposed shared kind of beach and dock area in the southern phase, I'm wondering what the timing difference will be from the development of the northern phase to the development of the southern phase, and how long those potential future residents of the northern phase will be without that public amenity. And then further, I guess, what's preventing them from using, as the previous resident mentioned, the existing kind of public access from the marina, and I believe there's also an existing public beach on Benor. And then another similar question about what is preventing the future southern phase landowners from building their own docks along the York River, and how will that be protected for? And then again, related to the boater and the recreational study, noting that I believe the focus was on capacity on Elephant Lake, noting that Benor Lake is over its recreational boating capacity. But what is preventing those boaters from accessing Benor Lake, as there obviously aren't any physical barriers in place, and understanding that these would be privately owned lots and not subject to an overall condominium corporation. So what's preventing that? My other questions are related to the lots being proposed. I understand there's minimum lot size requirements, but the planning report specifies that a lot of these lands that are to be subdivided into lots will remain undeveloped because of those natural heritage constraints. So I'm just wondering why not kind of make the lots smaller and perhaps dedicate those natural heritage features and lands to be either parkland or some sort of maybe dedication to the municipality.
Are you suggesting you're making those lots smaller so you still give them the number of lots then?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just wondering why the natural
they-
heritage lands are being subdivided into those lots and perhaps reconsidering separating those lands. And then my last couple of questions. So in the planning report, they described the dwellings as being seasonal, but I'm just wondering what's preventing those dwellings from being used year round. And then my last question, I know there was a study done about the proximity of these residential lots to a former landfill, but it got me thinking about whether or not there's been a study about the waste anticipated to be generated by these lots and whether there's been any sort of capacity analysis at the existing Harcourt landfill. And that's all of my questions. Thank you.
I think staff probably will get back to you with those answers. Yeah, the Harcourt landfill is almost at capacity. It's going to end up being a transfer station now. So there is won't be future capacity. So that has to be dealt with and paid for by somebody. So we have all those things to consider. Is that fine if staff get back to you with the answers they can answer?
Yes, that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I do have one more question. I note that the current application is for an official plan amendment. I didn't see the draft official plan amendment posted anywhere. So I'm just wondering if that could be posted to the website for further public review and comment.
Caitlin, it is up now.
Okay.
It wasn't up when the original, so the reason for that is that this was such a large report, 940 something pages, that the software glitched. So the actual, the plan's on there right now.
Okay,
just so you can
understood.
review it. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, we got one more then. Just as a note, and talking to staff about this file, the goalposts keep moving all the time. That's why when they get a proposal, then it goes back and it comes back with a different proposal. This has been a tremendous pressure on staff to keep up with this stuff. So they may be very good developers in Ajax, but they're up here in rural Ontario now with waterfront lots, so it's different.
Sarah, you're good to go.
Okay, thank you very much and good morning. So my name is Sarah Atkinson-Lebois. I'm joining in from Ottawa, the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. I am invested in this cause as someone who's grown up in Haliburton County and appreciated the pristine nature of what we've grown up in, which is just such a rare and beautiful thing that we all of the residents who've either spent time there, whether it's seasonally, year-round, or just have a family connection to. I would also like to speak to that I'm so proud of my community for raising your voices, that in this way we are drawing the line. We're in the midst of very trying political and ecological environmental times. To see each one of you raise your voices really inspires me, and I'm grateful to have my voice shared here today. I'd like to speak to that the people who are on council and that are standing in this meeting today are here because they're from multi-generational families. They're people who have an investment in the community and the slow and thoughtful development and process that is usually part of these rural communities, as opposed to what's happening in city-based communities. So the project is proposing a density of these units. They're trying to impose city life in a rural paradise. It's something that just simply doesn't belong here, whether it's 25 units or 1,200. We don't have the hospitals, the grocery stores, the emergency services, or the schools to support any sort of this amount of density and development at one stage. I'd like to state that years ago, people gathered as a community over these lands, that we are standing up and showing that we will protect the animals, the waters, the lands, our own sense of peace, that we are here to protect the land. Like I said earlier, it is time that we actually draw the line on what we're willing to show our concern for the climate, for the land, what we're leaving our children, our grandchildren, and hundreds of years in the future. Council members, municipal citizens, we are the stewardship. These other people, developers, they have an idea, they have dollar signs, they have plans, but they're not the people who actually live and are connected to the lands on a daily basis. I actually do propose that the people who do oppose this development, as well as what's happened in the past when we all came together as a community, we form a committee and propose this land use for species protection, for Indigenous studies, that we really stand forward to continue to protect the land. I think that that's really all I have to say, that I think that this is just a starting point. People have been, and myself included, quite upset at the due process or due diligence. However, really what I'd like to call forward is everyone who opposes with this project. We form our own committee. We look at creating a permanent solution in these lands to invite in Indigenous communities to create, whether it's a cultural learning center that they can study the plants, the animals, and share their culture with us. We can give land back. It's something we can do in this time, in this place, and honor that we have to take care of it before our own interests. Thank you for letting me have my voice today.
Good, thank you. Okay, any members of council have any comments? I think you've heard quite a bit today.
Murray, oh, sorry, Nancy. I just wanted to note that Mr. Wang would like to address some of a few of the concerns that were raised, if that's okay. But I think Nancy has a question as well. Whatever.
No question. He can go ahead and I'll make my comment after he's finished.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Wang, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship. I definitely understand that the local residents and community members are quite invested in their property and in their community, as they should be. I myself, I love fishing. When I was retained to conduct this site development, I actually did a lot of fishing right on both Benora and Elephant Lake. So, it is in my personal interest to enjoy and protect in the natural environment, but also to solve the housing crisis and additional other services that all Canadian residents require. In terms of, I list 3 different major overall themes that I've heard from the community members today, and it's my job as a civil engineer to assuage you of your fears and to ensure that my first and primary objective is to protect the public, and secondarily, to provide a service for our clients. Firstly, just to reiterate, there was a confusion between flooding versus construction erosion concerns. As per the planning at staff of Chris, he discussed that overall the township opposes and has concerns regarding flooding. That is my concern in terms of what is the definition of flooding, that we have a dedicated report discussing that flooding is not a concern and that houses and structures are not built within the flooding areas. We fully recognize and understand that during the last 1 to 2 years of the road construction work that has been done, that there were previous erosion concerns, proper construction management techniques. It's fully aware by the community with us, and we have been working diligently with the bylaw officers. By order to comply, we have been working with the Ministry of Environment to ensure that all of the previous and future construction that will occur at site is done to the best industry standard. And that includes some of the discussions that said proper construction maintenance guidelines, erosion sediment control, fuel leaks, site access for large equipment or pedestrians. These are all critical concerns, which unfortunately, on the planner side, they don't look at these kind of documents at this time. But we'd be very happy and willing to provide these required guidelines of how to construct if we were such to have a project. Secondly, in terms of phosphorus and the amount of development near existing water bodies, please note that we have completed a proper a civil engineering report that discusses impacts of phosphorus loading, including septic, onto lakes. Specifically, the document name is called Lakeshore Capacity Assessment Report. This was done where we followed the Ministry of Environment's guidelines of how to conduct phosphorus. What was phosphorus like for Benor and Elephant Lake 200 years before anybody came here, right? And then what is it like now, given the existing development around the property, and what would it be like in the future if additional dwelling units were to be constructed at the current proposal? And we be happy to say that there will be minimal impacts, considering that the northern phase is quite a ways laterally offset from the Benor Lake itself. Number 3, in terms of boating capacity, I just want to say that, yes, there is a significant amount of existing pressure already at Benor Lake. We fully hear the community's concerns. However, on the other hand, boating capacity itself has a terms of reference, which is stipulated right in the official plan. The official plan literally says, this is how you're going to do it. This is what we're looking for. And in terms of weekend boaters, what's stopping anybody from say, hey, we're going to host a tournament right on Benor Lake or, on Elephant Lake. People just come and bring 20, 50 boats on the existing boat launch. Not really, right? Or if what's stopping people on Baptiste or Elephant Lake just traveling up there and have a on the water lake party? Nothing. And that's by design that the Navigable Rivers Act, including York River, or because now there's a dam down behind it, these waterways are navigable. But in terms of the planning side, we are proposing that all of these northern lots be given deeded access. And generally, if you have deeded access, you generally go with the path of least resistance. And lastly, in terms of the boating capacity, just to confirm, Elephant Lake has 1,070 hectares in size. So that is large enough to support 25 additional developments in terms of getting nitty-gritty of how many, what is high, what is low. And finally, there were a lot of more questions from the community in terms of how to prevent people from building private docks. Safe to say, we were able to see parts of the previous owner's development package a number of decades ago, whether it's 10 or 20 years ago. And in that previous development, it was a huge contention in terms of the amount of private docks that would be put all along Elephant Lake to the south. At this time, it is not a application for the southern phase, just for the northern phase. However, just to massage again for all the general public, York River is a deep channel that cuts through Elephant Lake and then links to northern Benor Lake. Other than the channel itself, everywhere else is indeed actually very, very shallow. And like I said, I like fishing, so when I went fishing there, I caught quite a few pike, very good fishing, but it's so shallow that it's physically not possible to put a dock and boat because your boat is going to ground out at about 1 or 2 feet, depending on how high the water level is. But physically, they cannot do it. But additionally, the township has bylaw officers and looking at issuing permits for docks. And right now, we're saying that the community usage space for the combined dock areas will be the easier way, where there could be storage, outdoor storage or other kind of places where people can bring their boats and then launch them at a designated site, which has deep enough water channel access right into York River. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I guess my big question is, first of all, why did we go ahead and build roads and do things when we know we weren't conforming to the official plan? Because I think you guys were told that. So I think we're not trying to be negative here, but we do have an obligation to protect the lake and protect the environment. So your studies are good, and but they haven't been peer reviewed either. So we'll be doing that, or someone will be. So I
Murray,
think
Jeff has a comment if you'd like to hear from him.
Sure, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I do have a few comments, but I just want to add one right now, and it's for Tony, in terms of that common access block. So according to the studies, it shows that the shorelines are compromised by floodplains. Both the county's official plan and Dysart's official plan notes that those floodplains should be, their designation should be changed to a protective zone and a protective policy, such as an environmental protection zone, which is what staff would recommend in this instance. So with that being said, we would not allow site alteration to occur in the environmental protection areas, which might preclude that shoreline access and parking and stuff like that. So I just wanted to see if maybe you could address that component of it.
Thank you, Jeff. We hear you very strongly. We do not take your comments lightly. In terms of the actual southern phase details of that common element for the boat launch, we will take that together back to the planners and to our owners team and have them consider the exact thing that is being applied. Thank you.
Okay, is that it, Jeff?
Well, I do have a few comments, but I'll wait till the timing's appropriate. If there's any other questions first, we can go through that, and then maybe I could say something a little closer to the end.
Well, we're getting close there now. We've heard all the delegations. So
Okay. Well, and first off, I just want to remind everybody in attendance today, including council, that the public meeting is specifically for the official plan amendment. The subdivision and condo applications are being discussed right now. However, the only resolution that's going to come out of this is a recommendation for the official plan amendment. And Tony has made some good arguments with respect to what our official plan requirements are for technical studies and those components. We have not had those studies peer reviewed at this time. So if council is considering this, we would like to request deferral until those could be peer reviewed. But staff's arguments more related to our growth policies and our community design and character policies as per the Dysart official plan. We understand that the primary proposal is that these lots functionally or physically relate to the waterfront and therefore should be considered waterfront lots. As Chris mentioned at the beginning, staff disagree with this assessment and argue that they don't comply with the intent of our official plan. We heard a couple proposals saying that currently part of the lots are already in the waterfront areas and that the proposal is to change them completely to waterfront areas. Section 9.1.5 of our official plan says regardless whether it's partially in the waterfront area or completely in the waterfront area, that those backlot provisions still apply. So I just wanted to bring that up. As per the definition of backlots in our official plan, staff were of the opinion these should be developed as backlots. That definition says where the front lot lines of the lots are entirely or partially within the shorelands, and the shorelands are 300-meter from the high water mark, which this property is. And there are separately conveyable lots and a road between the front lot line and the lake, then it should be back lots. And this lot meets those criteria. And when you get into the backlot policies, there are increased lot sizes, lot frontage minimums are increased, lot areas are increased, and the lot setbacks are increased from the front lot line to 30 meters. And that's to protect the rural characteristics that we have designed in our official plan. I noticed that they said that the proposal does not promote scattered or isolated development, but staff disagree with this assessment. There's sections in our official plan that discourage plans of subdivision in the rural area. They discourage scattered and isolated development in the rural area. And as I said, both development of both not only backlots, but even just standard, excuse me, rural residential lots require that 30-meter lot line setback to maintain that rural character, the rural landscape, and more particularly the vegetation along the rural roads. So they're proposing 7.5-meter front lot line setbacks instead of that 30-meter setback. And even with that 7.5-meter lot line setback, it still appears that some lots might not be able to meet that standard. In terms of the scattered and isolated development, there's 3 criteria that reduce it, that setback from 30 meters, or gives the applicants the option to reduce that setback from 30 meters. And it says if the development's near a settlement area, which it's not, if there's other rural residential lots nearby, which there isn't, or it's at council's discretion. So it does give council the opportunity to make that decision, but I just wanted to point out that that our staff's primary point of view is that these should be developed as backlots to protect our rural characteristics.
Okay, that it, Jeff? So,
Murray,
Yes.
excuse me, there is a person on Zoom with their hand, so can we let him speak too?
was he asked to, did he ask to speak?
Yes, he registered and he's got his hand to speak.
Good, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Yeah, so I didn't.
Okay, we can see you now.
Okay, that's great. I'm allowing all these things. I just got invited, so. Thanks for hearing me. Everybody has talked a lot about their properties and themselves. Oh, by the way, I'm Ryan Wright. I've been going to the area for 42 years, and I'm 43 years old, so I've been going up there since I was 1 year old. Not a lot of talk about the effect on nature. I know there's already been a road that's disturbed nature. Every time I go up there, I see otters, I see loons, I see everything that you guys should be protecting that is not your property. So I'm advocating for no development. And I can tell you that I do live in Toronto. Recently, my favorite area, which I'm in right now, had a flood from a sewer line into our creek. It killed everything in that creek. Taylor Creek, you most likely can find that in the news. It was devastating to see. Everything, amphibians and the fish that I normally would see earlier in the summer, I do not see anymore. And I believe that development is going to bring destruction to your populations of animals, plants, insects that live in your area. If you can't stop the amendment, I would recommend that you make it 10,000 year infrastructure so that something like happened to this creek. Toronto was built before we had such environmental laws. Doesn't ever happen to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. That's, well,
Needless to say, lots been said here. Sure, I've learned a lot from everybody. I think, is it Tony? Yeah. Like you got off to a pretty bad start, Tony. You know, with your building roads that you're telling me you didn't get permits, correct?
I believe, may I speak? Who am I speaking to?
You're speaking
May I
to
have your name?
McKechnie, Deputy Mayor.
Hi, Deputy Mayor. To confirm, there was already an existing road that was already in place, and we had the previous road construction company come back and refurbish it.
Well, I'm just going to make this very short because there's been a lot of talk, and I just think that from what I've heard, you have so many issues that don't fit into our official plan from what Jeff and Chris are telling us. And to me, I can't see, I don't understand why we're going to spend so much more time, Jeff and Chris, on this application, because to me, the end result is going to be the way I feel. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Nancy, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just very briefly, I just want to thank all the residents and everyone on Zoom who passionately spoke about the protection of the environment and standing up for proper planning. I want to thank our staff for the incredible number of hours and the very, very clear and comprehensive report that they made. So it was easy for us to understand. And I'm just wanted to say that I'm kind of ready to move forward this and follow the recommendation that that staff has supplied, that we deny this.
Yeah, I think everybody is.
Lance, I'll add to that too, Nancy, that to the developers, I don't want you to think that I'm against development, because I'm not at all. But to these people out here, we have our duty is to protect the environment and protect what our constituents are feeling. So I'm ready to move ahead too. And I don't think we need to defer. I think we need to deny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. I think that a lot of them do know, because I have been talking to a lot of you. So, and I don't know that I have never returned a call, but I just agree with everybody. So, I don't know. There isn't anything that you haven't said that I could add that would make it different. Do I agree with the people? No, this is, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you all. And if anybody would address me personally, I will answer them. Like, it's a pretty simple thing. Yeah. And has anybody else asked beside Kevin and Eleanor and Ed? Yeah.
Is there any other counselor want anything to say? No? Okay.
Murray, do you want me to read the resolution and then we can get a mover?
You have something to say, Pat?
No, I support to everybody else here in terms of turning this down and moving on.
No. Okay. Resolution then.
I'll read it, yeah. Be it resolved that the report for the application for official plan amendment for the lands of 2463756 Ontario Incorporated, which consists of part lot 27 concession 10, part lot 27 concession 11 in the geographic township of Harcourt, municipality of Desert et al, be received for information, and that council recommends that the adoption of the official plan amendment be denied.
Mover and seconder, Walt and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, so that's good. Now you can go back to your peaceful little lake, right? Yeah.
Another round and wasting everybody's time. Why are we not enforced? What is
The process is the way we can enforce it, unfortunately. And they could come back again. Because you can't deny the public process. Yes.
It will come back. I've been here over 50 years. But at least the fifth time. I did the time. We didn't have put in the bottom of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Murray, I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to interrupt, but do we want to take a brief break so that we
Yes,
can?
we will. I think there was
Yeah.
one more question here.
Okay, we can't hear anything in the, like, no one can hear it on the live stream when people talk at the back. So if there's,
We can just go from there.
okay.
My question is, so this was a meeting regarding the north phase
Yes.
and of the amendment to the official plan. When will there be a meeting regarding the south phase?
So planning staff can speak to that. Jeff, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I can answer that. So there are agenda items later today to discuss both the plan of subdivision and the plan of condominium for both the north and south phase. The municipality of Dysart is not the approval authority for these application processes. The county of Halberton is actually the approval authority. So Dysart is just a commenting agency. Our council will review the submissions, make a recommendation that the applicant then can take to the county and make formal application. The county will have a public consultation process and will make a decision at a later date.
So for the south phase, there is no meeting regarding the official plan. It will be meetings regarding
Condominium.
condominium and subdivision.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
okay, so has the meeting already happened for then the south phase for the official plan?
No.
So why are we here for this phase for the official plan and there's no plan for a meeting for the south phase?
Because an official plan amendment is not necessary for the south phase.
In what way?
Because the development complies with the designation in the official plan because it's waterfront areas already.
It's York River, yeah.
But it's waterfront.
So it complies. Okay, that'll be interesting. Where can I see the information on that?
There's a report on the agenda today that will be discussed in regular council. But an official plan amendment to change the designation was not necessary. Staff aren't necessarily saying it complies with the official plan in its entirety, but an official plan amendment isn't necessary for that application to proceed. So a public meeting isn't required at the Dysart level. As I said, the county of Halberton is the approval authority for plan of subdivisions and plan of condominiums. They will have a public consultation process, but the Planning Act no longer requires a public meeting for plan of subdivisions.
Okay. There'd be a zoning bylaw change?
Eventually, there will be zoning bylaw amendments necessary. And there will be public meetings for those, yes, at the Dysart level.
And Jeff, I could just intervene there too, is so as conditions of plan of subdivision and plan of condominium, there'll be conditions, and in those conditions you'd have, zoning amendments and other conditions that they would have to satisfy prior to any potential approvals.
So the zoning would come before the subdivision and the condominium applications?
So you'd have a plan of subdivision if it receives provisional approval at the county level. So if they if they approve it subject to the conditions, and then you would go through, or the applicant would then go through the zoning process to satisfy that condition, and then final approval of the subdivision at that point.
So we'll see you all at the county then.
Got it.
Will we be notified because
Yes.
20-meter rule, there's nobody on the south side that's within 120 meters. So is this why they slip in? This is why I wanted to know about. Now, is it just for the application that's here, it's 120 meters? Because there are no residents for the south.
I see.
There's nobody that's going to be notified. This is going to go.
Correct.
So how do we get the notification out? The county
Uh,
is responsible for that.
The county will be
That's correct.
responsible for providing notice in accordance with the Planning Act, which will be providing notice to properties within 120 meters.
But there's nobody there.
But don't they have to advertise it in the newspaper as well?
There's a couple options there, whether they want to put it in the newspaper or post it on site. So there's
On
some
their
options provided in the Planning Act, and I don't know what their standard process is at the county level. We put it in the newspaper and circulate to people within 120 meters, but I don't know what theirs is.
Do they have to circulate it somewhere though, whether it be on their website or in the newspaper? Does it have to be a public notice?
Yes.
Yes.
So we just have to find out how they do that.
Yeah, and that would be a question to the county.
Okay, or could we write the county and ask to be on the mailing list?
You could try. I'm not sure how the county would respond, but you could ask them how they're going to notify, so you can look out for that notification.
Is there any way, Murray, that we made sure that, yes.
Great, thanks for the clarification on the process. I mean, we're not in the process ourselves, so we don't know, so thank you very much.
Jeff, is Dysart's at 120 and the county's is the same? Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct. That's a provincial requirement.
Okay.
Murray, I can't hear you. Is your mic on?
It is now.
Okay, perfect. Is it okay to take a break so that we can shuffle?
We'll take 15-minute break. Let
Perfect.
everybody move out and we'll carry on from, and maybe Lori, you can tell Mr. Brown that he can come now. Yeah, 15 minutes from now. Okay, thank you. Okay, but I think we're waiting for Greg Brown to come in. So we can move on to the third application then?
Hello there.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Good morning, council.
Morning. Okay, so we'll do your application now, Greg. File number D14 2B 2025-12 Lands of Hayes. And Chris, I think you're going to give an overview.
Yep, that's correct. Thank you. So this is for a proposed amendment that would change the zoning on the subject property to urban residential type 1. It's the existing zoning is urban residential type 1 and environmental protection. So the change would be to rezone it to urban residential type 1 with an exception zone and environmental protection. This is to further delineate the environmental protection EP boundary as defined by the supporting environmental assessment, implement appropriate setbacks as recommended by the supporting assessment, and delineate the required planting strip and implement appropriate buffer areas from the wetland feature located on the lands adjacent to the subject property, as opposed by the assessment as well. All neighboring property owners within 120 meters were circulated and and advertisement in the local newspaper as per the requirements of the Planning Act. To date, the following comments were received that were provided in the report. So it doesn't look like anything for the comments provided, just other than the recommendations of the EIS be implemented through the appropriate development controls. That's from the county, and that county staff have no major concerns with the application, and they request that they get notice of decision when finalized. And the recommendation is the application is consistent with the provincial planning statement, conforms with the planning of Dysart official plan, is appropriate and represents good planning, and recommends that council approve the zoning.
Okay, is the applicant got anything to add other than you've done a complete study on it, I understand, Greg?
Yes, I think so, and I appreciate your patience and the work that you're doing there, everyone.
Okay. Any members of council have any comments? Any public have any comments? Anyone who wishes to address this proposal? Other than Greg, I don't think. Okay, so this concludes the public comment on the meeting. And if there's no further members of council with a comment, Mallory will do the resolution.
Okay. Be it resolved that the report for file number D14 ZB 2025-12 Hay, which consists of part lot 16 and 17, concession 10, lot 19, plan 637 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information. And that council directs that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its September 23rd, 2025 regular meeting. And that council recommends that the bylaw be approved. And further, that the register owner shall initiate the restoration of buffer works at the early stages of construction and shall complete such works no later than May 2026 or prior to occupancy of any building on subject lands, whatever occurs first to the to the satisfaction of the municipality.
Okay. I'm a mover and seconder.
I'd like to move that, Your Honor. My camera's been disabled.
Okay, Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, thanks, Greg.
Thank you, council.
Okay, third application.
Okay, the next application is item 2C on the agenda. This is for the file number D14 ZB 2025-013 for Abbey Gardens. The proposed amendment would change the zoning of the subject property from rural residential 13 exception zone to and environmental protection zone to rural residential -13 exception zone and environmental protection zone in order to accurately delineate the environmental protection boundary as defined by the supporting environmental letter. implement appropriate buffer and mitigation measures for future residential development, and illustrate appropriate development envelopes outside of the proposed wetland buffer areas. To provide some history of the property, previous zoning amendment 2014-2022 was approved as a condition of a severance application. Through that process, the pond located on the subject lands was recognized as a natural feature. At that time, the property owner was provided the option to undertake a site evaluation report to accurately delineate the wetland boundary, or alternatively, to rezone the lands to require that all development be a minimum of 120 meters from the wetland. The latter option was pursued at the time, which resulted in significant portion of the property development area outside of the low-lying wetland being constrained, thereby limiting the availability for building envelope. The current owner has since completed the environmental assessment to more accurately delineate an inaccurate mapping error on the municipal website for the wetland boundary, and to confirm that the appropriate development envelope can be accommodated on the property. The assessment concluded that the development within these identified areas is not anticipated to result in a negative impact to the natural heritage feature, subject to the implementation of the mitigation measures provided by the environmental assessment. It is important to note that the municipal policy provides a degree of flexibility in determining the precise boundary of an environmental protection area. Where an environmental assessment demonstrates that the wetland boundary has been inaccurately identified, the zoning bylaw may be amended to reflect a more accurate delineation. Circulation, all neighboring properties within 120 meters of the subject property were circulated, and advertisement was placed in the local newspaper. To date, the following comments have been received and summarized. A copy of the original letters have been attached with the report. The summarized comments are as follows. Environmental protection concerns, strong opposition to reducing environmental protection zoning to allow development closer to the pond and marsh. The area includes provincially significant wetlands and habitat for various wildlife, including beaver, birds, and other species, including turtles. Commenters emphasize the importance of maintaining setbacks to protect the ecological integrity. Development justification concerns that property is large enough to accommodate development without encroaching on environmentally sensitive areas, questioning the need for zoning changes when alternative development locations may be available on site. And President's and future impact fears that approving the amendment could set a precedent for future reductions in the EP zone, leading to broader habitat disruption, and surprise and concern expressed over Abbey Garden's involvement given the environmental advocacy role. The Municipal Public Works just commented that when the property was severed in 2013, the retained land for the retained land, and Dysart staff noted that there was an existing right-of-way through this property, which would work as a shared driveway. The County of Haliburton has no concerns with the application, provided that recommendations are implemented through the appropriate development controls. And the county staff have requested that notice of decision be provided to them upon approval. And the recommendation is the application is consistent with the provincial planning statement, conforms with the municipality of Dysart et al. Official plan is appropriate and represents good planning, and it is recommended that council approve the zoning amendment.
Okay, I think it has got pretty good approval, but the applicant is here or the agent. Do you have any comments, Barb? No, a lot easier in the second last delegation. Okay, so any council members with any comments? Okay, so if no council members have any, or the public does, we'll do a resolution then, Mallory.
Be it resolved that the report for file number D14-ZB-2025-13, Abbey Gardens Community Trust, which consists of Part 4, Concession 3, in the geographic township of Guilford, municipality of Dysart et al., be received for information. That council directs that a bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its September 23rd, 2025 regular meeting. and that council recommends that the bylaw be approved. And further, that council directed the owner enter into a site plan agreement with the municipality to implement the recommendations outlined in the environmental assessment prepared by Mikulski Nelson Associates Limited, dated June 5th, 2025.
Okay, mover and seconder, Gary and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, resolution to go back into regular session.
Okay. Be it resolved that council adjourns the public meeting at 11:24 a.m. and reconvenes the regular meeting of council.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we'll go into general delegations. Peter Ewald here. Okay, you want to go up here and make your presentation?
Excellent. There it is.
Oh, Peter, I'm not sure if your mic's on.
Test 1, 2.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good morning. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. My name is Peter Ewald. I'm the director of Lakeland Solutions. We're running the Lakeland EV charging team. I was just here in January, so it's good to see you all again and have a pretty exciting update and proposal for council. Next slide, please. So just a quick reminder who Lakeland is. Lakeland Holding is a 100% wholly municipally owned corporation owned by Bracebridge, Berks Falls, Huntsville, Magnetawan, Perry Sound, and Sundridge. So 100% municipally owned. We have 4 main divisions: our power division, utility poles and wires, generation division, water power, including Drag Lake nearby. Lakeland Networks does fiber optics to the home. And Lakeland Solutions is the team I'm managing. We do, smart grid innovation projects, and specifically Lakeland EV charging, which is a network of public and fleet EV charging infrastructure. Next slide, please. So Lakeland EV charging, just as a recap, we went over this in January. We do build public EV charging infrastructure. We currently have 18 sites with 67 individual charging ports, but we are actually building an additional, 18, we're building an additional 16 with 70 more individual charging ports across Muskoka, Perry Sound, Central Ontario, and Eastern Ontario. So you can see the map there shows our distribution a little bit and get a sense of where we are. Our real focus is building a network of EV charging stations that is super reliable, that we can roll a truck from our headquarters in Bracebridge within 2 hours, so we can maintain uptime and reliability and instill confidence in EV drivers. We have partnerships with Google and Apple Maps, PlugShare, ChargeHub, and a better route planner. What that means is our network is visible and EV drivers can find our charging stations and activate them. Next slide, please. Okay, so quick history on what I was doing here in January and why I'm here now. So in January, we made a presentation to this council for funding for EV charging through the Aviva Canada program. And this was for level 2 EV chargers. This was a municipal-led application, which Lakeland EV charging supported and council approved. During that process, we did a pretty extensive site review on, what municipal lands are available, what would be a good fit for EV charging, and what the municipal staff would support. So we came up with the Maple Ave lot, which is literally across the road. Unfortunately, this application was super competitive, and the Dysart et al. Application was not approved. That was unfortunate, but for Lakeland, we still see Halliburton as a really high need area for EV charging that fits within the Lakeland territory and fits within the Lakeland mandate. We mostly work with municipalities, and I think there's a really good fit here. So next slide, please. So since January, like I said, we've still had this site, your municipality on mind. We've had a really incredible opportunity come to us just recently. The Natural Resources Canada Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Program had a round of applications open late last 2024. We actually made 2 group applications to that. One was approved right away, and the second one was denied. Natural Resources Canada has come back to us late summer to say, there's actually a little bit of extra funding, and your second application, which was denied, has bumped into the approved area. So we've got some more funding available. We went back to Natural Resources Canada and said, that's great, but things have changed, projects have changed, we've got better sites in mind, and Haliburton is one of those better sites. This funding is actually for level 3 EV charging. So it's a faster charge, and from our statistics, from our existing network, that is what drivers want. There is a level 2 charger in Haliburton, and that serves a certain purpose, but the faster charging, as vehicles get bigger batteries and can charge faster, is what the consumers are requesting. So we think this is a really good fit for Haliburton and Dysart to have a level 3 EV chargers in Haliburton. We had initiated discussions with staff when we heard this news from Enercan to reaffirm, what locations are still in staff's mind, and Maple Avenue parking lot across the street again was again highlighted as a good location.
Yeah, he's talking about in our parking lot, in our main one. I think the last time we identified the spots that are across, not right next to the building.
And yeah, thank you. So the proposal really is a $0 investment from Dysart. Lakeland covers all costs. So this is our model with municipalities. We've done this with over 14 municipalities now in Ontario. Lakeland EV charging will assume all the expenses, all the operations, all the maintenance, and we're just asking for the Dysart et al. To provide some land. So if you go to the next slide, we can discuss. Oh yeah, so I have another slide coming up. I thought we were at, but just to touch on our EV chargers themselves, we have just recently partnered with a Canadian manufacturer, which is very exciting for us. Lakeland has a Buy Canadian procurement policy, and we found this excellent company in Saskatoon called Teal. So it's a Canadian-made company. They are 240 kilowatt EV chargers, which is extremely fast. And they also power share between 2 chargers. So you can actually boost, if a single person is charging, up to 360 kilowatts, which can get somebody to charge very quickly. But at the 240 kilowatt range, for the average car to get 30 kilowatt hours, which is approximately 200 kilometers of range, that's about an 8-minute charge. So just give you some context here on the equipment. Next slide, please. So yeah, so expanding our proposal, we'd like to install 2 of these 240 kilowatt EV chargers because it is best site design to always have 2. There's situations where one might be out of operation, so you need to have the backup. So that's why we're proposing that. Again, the Maple Avenue parking lot across from this building, and have that available to public and also potentially for future fleet vehicles for your municipality. Lakeland will install, own, and maintain the EV chargers completely at our expense, and users, the public, will be charged on a per kilowatt hour basis, so they pay for the exact energy they're using to charge their vehicle. All service and support will be handled by Lakeland, so we are local as far as Bracebridge. We would do all the on-site maintenance support. We also have a 24/7, 365-day-a-year tech support line by phone and email in French and English, so that municipal staff will not have to field any inquiries from the public. So our request is that we lease 4 parking spots and space for the infrastructure, the switchgear, breaker panel, meter cabinet, and Dysart et al. Will receive special charging rates for future fleet electric vehicles. Next slide, please. So again, just to confirm the lease details, which I believe there is a copy of our draft lease in the agenda today. Zero cost to Dysart at all. Lakeland would execute an agreement with Dysart for a 12-year lease with 2 5-year extensions. And the term is to reflect the long-term return on investment and the high capital investment from Lakeland. So that is why we require a long-term lease to ensure we can recoup our investment and make a reasonable margin. The timing, yes. The maintenance, just to be clear, we do request that Dysart et al. Continues to snowplow the lot as you are now. No change, but to continue that operation and also to enforce parking bylaws as you are now as well. Other than that, no obligation. Timing is really interesting. Because NRCan came to us with this late funding availability, we've actually got a pretty tight deadline from them of October 15th to get some kind of resolution or support in documentation, written documentation to show that we've actually got access to the site before we can sign our contribution agreement. So that's important context for you, and that's our firm deadline. Just to be clear on that, the lease doesn't necessarily have to be executed by that date, just some sort of resolution supporting this project. Next slide, please. And just to make it perfectly clear, here's the proposed location. You can see in the circle on the aerial view and the photo on the right. And next slide, please. So why would you do this? Well, it does support the local economy. The availability of level EV charging does support residents and tourism. We have a lot of data from our existing network where 58% of our users are from out of town. And that means they're here to spend money and contribute in the local economy. So it does encourage these drivers to stop in and visit and support the businesses, your downtown core, the business associations, and keep this town vibrant. It also ensures that Dysart et al. Supports EV drivers and being proactive in the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. It specifically addresses your corporate climate change mitigation plan, which we were reviewing last week. So that's a good win for you. And last time we were here, we were with the environmental group, Environment Halliburton, and they held an EV event this summer at the arena, and we did participate in that. And we heard multiple requests from the participants for level 3 EV charging. So that really reinforced our thoughts and was very encouraging. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. I'm super open to questions and really appreciate your time, your worship, and counsel. And I'll pass it over to you.
And just, you said you needed 4 parking spaces?
That is correct. Yeah, just maybe I wasn't clear. Each charger has a dual charging port, so they can charge 2 cars at once.
So it takes that whole parking lot up.
That's that side. That's the area that council had agreed to with the previous grant.
I
That's
didn't
why
think it was
staff
4. I thought
recommend.
it was 2 before.
It was 2 meters, but it takes 2 spaces because each head has 2
Yeah.
chargers.
Well, I understand that, but I think last time it was two spots.
It was 4
It was
last time.
4.
Was? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm wrong. Okay. All right, I guess we.
From a staff perspective, just to remember, we thought that was and council, we thought that was a good location
Oh, it
because
is.
we can keep an eye on it as staff if it goes down too. And it's very accessible to the main street in terms of flat sidewalks all the way downtown and back. So it's a little easier than people trying to maneuver up the street and crosswalks.
Oh, the good location, all right. We don't have enough parking now. Anyway, it is what it is. Pardon?
Hopefully they're only there for 8 minutes apiece if it charges as fast.
Yeah, but you can't pull in that spot. Nobody can use it, so it just sits there. Okay. Got any other questions? Yeah. Okay, Mallory? Yeah. Yeah, long,
My name is Jürgen Hedicke. I have an electric vehicle over 2 years now, and I was always surprised that Halliburton doesn't have a chance to serve people from the greater Toronto area which have an electric vehicle. You are stuck here. And if I ever do an excursion, which requires a lot of logistic nowadays, because you need to charge. If I cannot come back with not charging on the way, I can not go to Toronto and come back without charging. And Halliburton really needs this charging station because the only thing we have here is Tesla in Minden. So
We have one down at the museum or down by the information center.
yeah, but then you have to charge overnight.
Okay.
So I have a similar, not quite as fast. I have one at home, and but you cannot. You need to charge within an hour to get home. So that's why this is finally happening. Okay, thanks.
How long's the agreement for the one down at the Welcome Center? Does anybody know?
It was several years because of the same issues, because of the cost of putting in the infrastructure and them getting the money back. But that was through a coordinated project through the county. So I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was 8 to 12 anyway.
And how many years ago was that put in, you think? 4?
Probably 4. But
I'm
it's
just
a
making
level 2
suggestion that
charger as well. It's not a level 3.
When that comes up, I think
Yeah,
a lot better deal than what we're into down there, so.
yeah, that's right. And
Yeah.
it doesn't function all the time either.
No, lots of room, so.
Okay. Resolution then, Mallory?
Okay, I'll read a resolution. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Peter Ewald, Director, Lakeland Solutions, regarding a new funding opportunity for level 3 electric vehicle charging stations. And further, my computer's trying to freeze on me. And further, that staff are directed to work with Lakeland Solutions to secure funding from Natural Resources Canada's Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Program to install 2 level 3 charging stations at the municipal office parking lot located at 135 Maple Avenue on the condition that no public funds are spent on the installation and maintenance of the stations. And further, that council agrees to lease 4 parking spaces to Bracebridge Generation Limited, operating as Lakeland Solutions, for the EV charging station infrastructure should the funding be secured.
Is that all you need?
I believe that'll be sufficient for the October 15th deadline, but we obviously will still need to execute the lease.
Okay,
After
that's what I just wanted to make sure that October 15th was you got what you need.
Yep.
For that.
That's excellent.
So we'll bring staff will bring a bylaw to execute the lease to the October meeting, but if council's in agreement, then they can proceed with what they need to do as well.
Okay, mover and seconder. Gary and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. Okay. Invasive fragmate removal. Jim? Yeah, Fragmite.
Morning, everybody.
Hate saying it because I'm not happy with it. But.
Morning, everybody. Back from last month where we actually, and Andrew Gordon and I, in fact, Andy's supposed to be coming on by Zoom. Yeah, he is. So we presented the status of the invasive Phragmites on Keys Lake Road from West Guilford up to the upper watershed lakes. There are 27 small, relatively small patches of frag. We think we can remove them and possibly eradicate them. And a couple of nasty patches were in West Guilford, one on Pine Lake, and just a little bit up from Pine Lake. The other ones are actually much more manageable. We proposed to send a proposal to DISARD. We did that. And that proposal includes 6 deliverables, detailed project schedule, cost and deliverables. That was done on September 3rd. Monthly progress reports, removal of 25 stands of invasive frag just up north of West Guilford, and then the 2 large ones in West Guilford. And also training of the DISARD staff, if you're interested, on Phragmites identification and removal techniques, should you find them on some of your public properties. If you remember, we also looked at 31 public water access sites as part of the survey last year, and we didn't find any. But I think it might be worthwhile for your staff to be familiar with what they are. And if interested as well, we might be able to help you on your procurement side to identify suppliers of fill that you're not going to be putting Phragmites rhizomes in places where you get fill. That's what's happened on West Shore Road, we're sure. So the proposal's in front of council. It's for up to a maximum of $10,000. We will bill what it takes to do that. We've started some removal with volunteers up at the lake already, and we went ahead and de-seed headed most of the ones on Pine Lake as well to try not to get the spread. We didn't get them all out, but we're working on that. So it's in the resolution today. We're looking for agreement from council to go ahead with the Phragmites removal, and wanted to get your support for that.
Okay. Do you have anything to say, Andy, or not?
No, I'm good. Jim has said it all.
Yeah.
Jim, I got a question for you. Between Carnarvon and West Guilford, I noticed that Fowler's, whoever's doing the road, have sprayed something along all that Phragmite, and it is just completely done. What did they use there?
It would have been like a Roundup product. That's typically what it did, but it takes everything else out. So in a situation like that, there is one patch on Kinesis Lake Road, just up from Pine Lake, that possibly a chemical treatment would work. It's in the report of all the options. Prefer not to, because some of the runoff is going to go into the water we have. There's just so much water up there. Pine Lake, no way. And up near Kinesis Lake, the patches are small enough that they could be manually taken out. So it would have been, oh, Andy, help me here. It's the Roundup, main Roundup constituent.
Glyphosate.
Glyphosate, thank you, sorry. It's glyphosate is what they use.
Okay.
And in fact, I'm pretty sure I included that in the report.
Because it definitely killed those patches off.
Yeah, it can do that, but you know, you got to really be careful that it kills everything else in the vicinity as well. Yeah, so.
Okay. So, are we? Go ahead. Do you want? Okay. Got to have a resolution in Mallory. Is there any
Council's.
more discussion? Okay.
Is there more discussion?
No.
Okay, I'll read the resolution to approve the bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-78, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a service agreement between ULINK's Center for Community-Based Research and the Corporation of the Municipality of Dysart et al. For an invasive Phragmites removal project, be read a first, second, and then third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. The service agreement is an unbudgeted expense that will be accounted for at year end.
Mover and seconder. Carm and Pat, all in favor? Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thanks for your time on it.
Yeah.
It's great labor.
Okay, next. Jorgen, you want to make your case there? Yeah.
Yes, my application is for an invoice that we received in beginning of July. We are building a second dwelling on our property, which is across from the Tim Hortons. And it was a stage that the inspector had to come to inspect the sewer line from the foundation, before the foundation gets poured, to the holding tank. We are on the sewer line. Town sewer. And that was done, I think, beginning for 5th of July. And then we couldn't start with the construction of the building. It needed to be connected to the tank. So shortly after that, I received an invoice from the municipality that want to charge us for the input into the sewer line from the day we connected the pipe from the building to the tank. And I was surprised about that. I came into the office and spoke to several people in charge, and they said nothing they can do about it. The bylaw requires the invoice sent out the moment it is connected to the tank.
It is.
We're not, of course, we are paying sewage for our house. And the building is erected by two of my sons. They're living in our house right now. I just want to have the invoice issued the moment we get the permit for occupancy of the building. Then we can use the sewer line.
Well, unfortunately, everybody's not totally honest. So sometimes you don't get your occupancy permit for 6 months after you've been living in the house and use the sewer for nothing. So that's why the rule goes, as soon as you're hooked on, you pay. And we treat everybody the
Yeah.
same. I hear what you're saying, but I don't know how we ever enforce it.
But
By saying, wait till you occupy the house, because we don't know that.
But you issue an invoice for a service you do not provide.
Well, it's available to you.
No, it's not. Physically, I cannot use it because there's nothing in the house. No plumbing fixture, nothing. This should be applied to a house where the people make renovations and so, but there's no way I can use the service. And I get charged over $400 for it.
Yeah.
And as soon as the inspector has to come at every stage, you know that, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
And as soon as he says, okay, plumbing is there and the bathroom is fixed and everything is livable, then before that, we cannot live in the house. And so we cannot use the sewage.
But, okay.
It's a flaw in the bylaw, in my opinion.
Well, it could be. We've been doing it for 20 years, so.
Yeah, but maybe someone never bothered about it, but
Well, I think
for me, $400 is a lot of money. And I paid so many fees for erecting that building already, so that I think, these are just not warrant.
You had a trailer on that lot. Where did that sewage go?
There's no sewage from that trailer. My son goes into the house.
Okay. All right. Well, it's one we're going to have to give some consideration to. So.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So we'll have to have some discussion on this a little later. Another one for discussion on.
Murray, do you want to pass a resolution on this right now, or how, we need to deal with the item, right? Like, do you want to?
Yeah, do we want to have discussion on it now?
Yeah, I think that's probably best to, council everyone on council understands the implications of leaving it till occupancy if it was changed that way. I'm not sure if the inspectors would catch it the moment that fixtures go into a house. It's difficult to enforce that way, but it's up to council to, Carl is off the screen. Sorry, Lori, can you promote Carl again in case he has comments on this, just from his, I'm not sure when he would go in to the house.
Don't need a permit to put your plumbing fixtures in.
That's the issue, right? So that's the issue we run into. And then I'm also curious from Carl. Sorry, Carl, but I don't know if you could hear that when you're transferring over. Was the sewage connection required before the foundation went in? What's going on there?
Yeah, no, this one, it was, so they had the underground plumbing, which is everything under the floor slab. So we don't start at that stage. It starts when that underground plumbing, the building drain, gets connected to the municipal services, which is their pump chamber. So once it was connected to the pump chamber, that's when we start the charge. Yeah, so it differs. So if there's a renovation or a change of use, that's when we basically we start charging on occupancy for those ones. But for a dwelling, and again, I know Mallory did some research into this. It was changed in 2013 to have it worded this way. And but there was no council report to describe why it was changed. So, but between insulation inspection and occupancy inspection, there is a big gap of time where, you know, you're doing things where you're likely going to be using water, like washing paintbrushes, mudding drywall, those types of things where you're actually going to be using water, and using the sewers. So it's up to council what they want to do with it, but this is the way that the municipality's been doing it since 2013.
Carl, the people don't even get occupancy permits till
Exactly.
years down the road,
Year
right?
later, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it depends on if there's a mortgage or whatever that's dependent on, but a lot of properties here don't have mortgages, so they don't need that determination that there's occupancy before they release funds. So that's another item as well.
So Carl, if he hadn't hooked to the pump chamber, he wouldn't have got charged.
That's correct.
So
Yeah.
he didn't need to hook onto there.
He didn't need to hook up to the pump chamber at that time,
But he did.
but he did, yeah.
So hooking to the pump chamber, Carl, wasn't a prerequisite of getting his approval done to pour salt.
No.
He just did it early.
Okay, maybe he didn't know that, but I don't.
Yeah. Is he continuing on with building right now, getting it closed in? Like he's in the.
Yeah, it's framed. I did a framing inspection a few weeks ago. So they're probably, I think rough and plumbing is the next inspection, but
Yeah, he's not far away from having it through the field post anyway, goal post anyway.
yeah.
What did you say it was 400?
Is this, can you clarify, is this an annual or a monthly fee? What's the fee for?
It's the annual service fee that they pay for sewers.
So does it come due whenever the person gets billed? Like it's until July, whatever? It's not at the end of the year, everybody pays again? Like,
But it is a yearly fee. It's more than $400. 800.
so what's it for?
So it was charged just over 400 because the connection happened in the summer. So you don't charge for the entire year. You charge for the portion of the year that you were connected to the service. It's with any service, right? If any of us hooks on to any or starts any service or starts any plan, it doesn't matter how much we use it. If you sign up for Netflix, even if you're not watching it, you sign up for the service. It's similar to that logistically. That's why it's charged this way. That's the way council has historically seen it. We can't be there to watch if you're sitting on the toilet, which we don't want to be, or if you're washing things or when plumbing fixtures go in. I don't know if Carl, you would know the moment that they connect to a sink or they put in a tub or anything. I don't know if we would know that from our end. So the moment you hook into that service, you're being charged a service fee, and that's the way it's been treated historically.
Yeah, like I said, there's a big gap between the installation inspection and then occupancy inspection when they would have hooked up plumbing fixtures, and we don't know when the plumbing fixtures were actually hooked up.
Can I ask a question as well? So we have a connection fee now because this is a secondary dwelling. Is that going to increase an ERU on the property as well?
Yeah, that's already been
Here?
through the process. Yeah, so they paid for an additional ERU, which now they're paying the actual service rate for that, the annual service rate on that ERU that they've
And
purchased.
the 400 and something was just simply the connection fee itself, because that's
No,
separate.
that's the service rate, the annual
Okay.
service rate. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So is it safe to say that it was prorated then, since it's obviously more?
Yeah, that's correct, Tammy. So they went by how much of the year had passed and they took that off the price. So it's less than what the annual fee is.
So if he doesn't have any fixtures in, why would he want to have it connected? So he chose to do that.
Yeah.
He wasn't told to by
Had to get it
Carl or-
onto the floor, but he didn't have to hook it to the pump chamber.
Oh,
But he did.
so is it maybe he just didn't know?
And just so you don't have to put the plumbing in, because you can pour in the drain, you can pour water down, or if you wash your brushes or something, you can pour them down. Like there's where the toilet hooks in, there's a pipe there that leads to the pump.
So Carl, was he aware of that he was getting this $400 fee?
I'm not sure how he was made aware. I think he was sent the bill from finance, and then that's how he's made aware.
And what would the yearly fee be?
The annual sewage service rate fee is $871 per ERU. So he was charged from the moment he connected to the end of the year for 1 ERU because he got 1 additional ERU.
I guess our decision is either we charge them the full 400 or we give them a break. Maybe he did
Well,
that.
everybody else has to pay it though.
We got another one coming up that's bigger than this.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know what we do with it.
Sounds like it's a kind of a mix up on his part that he didn't have to connect, or he didn't know he didn't have to connect. And sounds like maybe he connected because construction equipment was there and it was a proper time to do it or an easy time to do it. So I'd say best case for us, and I'm not saying but we could maybe cut him a break for a month or two and then prorate it for a month or two, or I guess we don't do anything with it, just leave it. But
One or the other.
Yeah.
I support that, prorated.
Yeah, so would I. Give him,
On this one.
Okay, so when did he get it, Carl? When did this start?
July 10th.
So let's go July, August,
July,
September.
wasn't
So if we give him 4 months, because obviously he's not using it right now. 2 months?
Yeah, because if you give him 2 months, I mean, that stage of the building, then Carl could very well be to the point where he could be doing drywall or anything if you backdated a couple of months, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, well, then you're not,
And we just split it with them.
yeah. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, so council wants to, so we're not basing this on anything. We're just assuming that he's not going to use it for amount of months that we decide in this meeting.
2 months, yeah. So we're going to split.
Okay, so that's kind of complicated to, so I can say council directs that the sewer service rate be prorated based on a connection date. It's not a real one. Of what date do you want me to put into the resolution?
And the fee be split for the remainder of the year or something.
That's how it would do, that they would be prorated.
Oh.
I caution council on this because, I mean, if I was watching this right now, I'd come make the same argument. So it's not following our bylaw, and I don't know how staff are going to enforce stuff like this going forward.
No, they're not. That's the problem.
It's a little tricky, like, unless you want the bylaw altered. But again, you're hooking into a service, you're paying a service fee. It could just be a matter of, like, again, I just caution it because I think everyone should come shoot their shot if we're going to give breaks. So.
Is it possible just to cover that going forward, that when they get hooked up, that they get notified that the charge is happening? Is that possible so that they can't do that? Like, so with the next time you hook one up, like how many do we do a year?
I'm not certain on that.
So
Carl, would you have any concept of how many we do?
There's only maybe a dozen that we do a year. Like it's not a huge number. It's just a matter of remembering to tell people, well, because you're doing this now, you're going to be charged that fee. I don't always remember. I always get reminded by our finance department, what are both these connections? Then I'll look through the records and say, yeah, this one was connected on this date. And so that I give all the information to finance and they deal with it from that point. So it'd be a matter of the building inspector having to remember to tell somebody that they're going to be charged as of this date. It's just not something that we're interested in at that point.
What do you normally go by email back and forth to at least set the date when you're going to be there? Like, is it an email that goes out, or do you personally call them? Because if it was an email, you could just add that to the email and it would be on every email that you do.
Well, we do our inspection reports via email, so that's how we send our inspection reports. So it's not that goes to the owner or the builder. So it's not necessarily the owner that gets it. Um,
Could
and
it be?
so the emails that we send are to our finance department, not the owners either, with regards to the connections, the connection dates, those types of things.
Could it somehow be flagged? So when you're going to do, you do an inspection on this, this, and this. So pick one of those areas where when you go to do the inspection, that there's a notification tagged to that inspection. So it's the same for everybody every time.
Yeah, it's so again, there's only about like a dozen of these a year, so it's not like it's high on our list of things to do, and it's no different than like if you are on a septic system or if you're on municipal sewers, it's going to be the same inspection underground plumbing. It's it'll be a difficult thing to because the building inspector is not going to automatically remember to do this to tell the owner that, oh, you're going to be charged as of this date. I mean, we could try to remember, but if we don't remember, then it's going to fall on us that we did something wrong.
Could we maybe put a note up on our webpage under the sewers, just having a big note, just to be aware that once you make that connection, that you're now responsible for the annual fees? Even if it's somewhere when they go to apply, they see it, or potentially see it.
That's a good idea. But I feel like if it's only a dozen of them and you have a generic thing that you send out, just change the date on it, just add that so that the people know. Because I know I wouldn't have never thought of that, but and the same with the petition, you don't realize that there's things attached to or rules or regulations until you actually do it and you do it wrong. So I think he wouldn't have been able to do that if we had that on the email or on the website, because we've covered, it's just better customer service.
So one thing I could suggest, so anybody who wants to get an ERU added to their file has to go through public works or our roads department or public works department. So they're the ones that take in the application for an ERU. They're the ones that can also send the notification of when that annual fee starts. So they can include something like that with their process. So I can talk to Lynn about that and see if that can get added there. That's probably the ideal spot for it to be added.
Yep, that's a great idea.
This
Thanks.
one was on a county road though.
Right, but they're still connecting to
yeah.
the sewers, right?
I understand the issue. If you had to hook under your slab and you had that line dug out 25 feet to the tank, you'd do it all at once when you had the equipment there, and that's where he got caught, I think. What choice did he have? Go back and dig it up again?
Yeah, I mean, this one was done in two separate instances. Like they did the underground plumbing first, and then they stubbed it out at the foundation, and then a few weeks later they did the rest of it to the pump chamber.
So that's where he got caught.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Do want to do it? I think we got to do it for everybody if we do it.
The only reason I'm cautioning council as a ratepayer in this township, but also like I built in 2021 and I paid the sewer service fee before I lived in that house and before I was using the water. So this is the thing, this is the perspective where it's I'd never been on sewers. I didn't know I had to pay it. But as soon as the bill came, I said, well, I guess I have to pay that because they don't know if I'm using the water. So I just think if we start giving breaks, then I don't know why everyone else wouldn't ask.
Carl and Mallory, is that something we could put on the list of requirements in the building permit? Just a one-liner in there saying you'll be charged the second you're hooked up? Is that problematic?
I can give it some thought. We do have a special inspection for anybody connecting to sewers on our building permit, on the actual building permit. So we can look at wording around that to put additional wording in on those ones.
I'm just thinking it would save a lot of various targets that we're trying to hit right now. If you just had it right on the building permit, one liner, You know, you'll be charged the second you're hooked up to the town sewer if applicable.
Yeah, is that going to make a difference? Is that people can actually read that? And
Well, the thing of it is, it prevents people from coming in saying, I didn't know at the end of the day, and then it doesn't put us in that position. So,
right.
I agree.
Where are we now on this? We've been on $400 for an hour. Um, no, nobody's got an answer.
Send our apologies, but that is the bylaw. We can't start making exceptions. It just opens a can of worms for every bylaw.
Well, first I've heard of it in terms of being a my term. So again, we've realized the problem. We're going to fix it with something, whether that's the one liner or something else. But, you know, is taking advice from Mallory. If we start just cutting deals with everybody, then we're going to be busy doing that. So
I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Let's just let's just
Push it
go with
through.
that. Yeah.
Push it through. We'll
Really
get
only a
back.
couple hundred. Pro rate, really.
He's fighting on principle, not for knowledge. Okay.
I'll read a resolution. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Jurgen Heideke regarding a sewage service rate fee charge on his property, and further that council denies the request to waive the sewage service rate fee.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Barry, all in favor? Barry. Okay, we're running into time here. Greg, do you want to come up next?
All my clients this morning are glad that I'm on my own time today and not theirs. You've had a long day already.
Oh, we have.
Yeah, for sure. So obviously you've seen this before. You saw it in camera. My wife and I own property with McMaster's, the 90 acres out on the highway there. The guardrails cover the whole front of the property. Could go through transportation study and whatever, maybe get them to do a guardrail amendment at the end for 10 feet. And I thought before I went to do a transportation study and all that stuff, I would come to council to see if I could get access into the corner on the 90 acres. Obviously we own it jointly, so it's one of those things where
No, not
we,
you.
right? We're going to build back in town. We actually have an offer in our house right now in Carnarvon. We're coming back to Halliburton at some point here. And we've got a number of options, obviously, because we own properties all over the place. And that was one of them. One of them was the 90 acres. We're heading in another direction now because I didn't get, formal approval last time. So, but at the same time, I either have to buy them out and or we just get an access to sell the
Or let them
property.
buy you out.
Pardon me?
Make them buy you.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, Murray. And to go subdivision route, that's possible, but that's from the other end. And I don't really believe that location is good for a commercial entrance, for instance, if you ever thought of a bypass, whatever, but certainly could be looked into. So I'm not in any urgency now. We're heading in another direction of where we're going to build or where we're going to go. Just trying to get access. We have availability to sell the property if we choose to do so, or buy the one or the other out to make the property accessible from the highway side.
Okay, so.
And I'm not opposed actually either way. Actually, I got thinking more on the side of the township was maybe you just want to do it right away, an easement, because then you could stay control of the land. If a subdivision ever did happen in there someday, I think I'm getting too old for it. But you actually make it your bypass through the piece of Scotty LaRue's and go through the lot and out there. But that again, you'd have to see whether you never get a commercial entrance there, Murray.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we need to do some more research, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not in any hurry either way here, but
Okay.
right, if there's some other things that you've got in mind, and surely I'm open to discussion with council for whatever for that. Okay.
Just going to give us a little bit of time here.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, actually, absolutely. If you want to discuss further, because you have some ideas in mind and want to come back, and maybe the township wants it, not them. So we're open.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Greg.
Good enough. Thanks so much, guys.
Okay, Janice.
Murray, I'll just read a resolution to receive.
Yep.
Be it resolved that council receives a delegation from Greg Bishop regarding the request to acquire municipal lands or access across municipal lands for part lot 15 concession 10, which is Glebe Park.
Okay, moving second. Carmen Berry, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Janice, and then one more, and then we're going to break for lunch. Okay, you want to make your case, Janice?
Okay. We're applying for a license of occupation for our deeded access. I've tried to do some research to educate myself on this, and man, what a wormhole this is.
Oh,
It's unbelievable, but I think I can simplify my appeal. I own lot 21 and have the prescribed right to drive down the portion of road that's in question. Lot 41, it was part of a family compound. I went down the driveway, my mother and father-in-law, then my brother and sister-in-law, and you go back up and that's our house. So, you know, we've always accessed that road. I have the prescribed right. So I think that might simplify for my application anyway. So God help you with everybody else.
oh, it was a mistake to start with. This is allowed. Quite a mess out there.
Oh, yes.
All those.
I went and spoke to a lawyer about it just because I wanted to not be ignorant when I'm trying to make my appeal. And wow, that's all I can say. Wow, I don't envy what you're having to do with this. But I think that my application is simple because I already have the prescribed right to cross that portion of road to access my lot 41.
Okay.
Murray, staff have a report on this. I don't know if you want to ask Jeff to speak to it.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
I think Janice covered most of it. Basically, it was just that this is a joint application and that council deferred their decision in June of 2023, just so that the applicants could have the opportunity to look at legal access. Since then, council had reviewed other options and had decided against obtaining a road allowance to that portion of Elk Drive that crosses private property. I did want to note that comments were received from a property owner up on Glen Lake. His name is Kylan McCreelis, and he would like to join the application if council's considering this. But lastly, I guess I just want to note if council is agreeing to proceed, I would recommend that council obtain a legal opinion regarding the legal access or prescriptive rights, just so that we can ensure that the municipality is not providing permission in a roundabout way to cross private property.
I don't, to access that waterfront, I don't even need to go on the road. I go down lot 41 and I'm on the airstrip. So I'm not saying that my application is the same as anybody else's. I'm unique in that I own that piece of property, therefore already have the prescriptive right to go down there.
That's it.
And that's what you said to me, Janice, was lot 42, I believe it was.
I think it's, I own 40, 41, and 42. So that corner, I'm just going by memory, and I believe it's 41. I sent a lot plan to you.
Yeah, I did see that. And so to access that property, you would go up to the old hangar and take a left?
Yeah, the driveway's always been there. That's exactly how I access it.
And then that's where I want to caution council just to maybe have a lawyer look at it, because I'm not a lawyer. But if you do have a prescriptive right to get to that property, which it appears you do, you may not have a prescriptive right from the hangar to the public road allowance for that last portion where it crosses private property. So the way prescriptive rights work is that you have access to your property, but not where you haven't traveled and not beyond that hangar. So that's where I'd only caution council. And again, I just don't want the municipality to provide a roundabout permission to cross someone else's property.
Okay, then I'm not understanding the land in question. I thought it was from Glen Lake Court to the hangar, that was the property, the old airstrip. I didn't appreciate or realize that that was what I needed prescriptive rights for.
Yeah, and just looking at the mapping, so the turnoff at the hangar doesn't quite get you back to public land. So there's still a piece of private land, and I know it's not much, but I just don't know if you would have legal access over that small piece.
Okay, now I'm getting into the issues I don't think I need to get into, but that block of land that Janice owns, we all have in our deeded access to that property. Maybe not for driving cars across it, I don't know. Like I've been reading the deeds and we all have deeded access to those blocks.
Yeah, that's an interesting argument, and perhaps that does provide everybody with deeded access, legal right to cross her property. That's an interesting argument.
When you say we, who are you?
There's a lot 5 or plan 541. That's, I think, going to haunt your existence. And those are the people that have the deeded access to the waterfront on Moose Lake.
So Jeff, that pretty much includes everybody up in there, is that correct?
I believe it's everybody on Plan 541 would have access or interest. Let's just say they're privately owned lots. That's Block G, Block H, Block F. They're privately owned now, but all the members on that plan of subdivision have a joint interest in those lands. So I'm not sure whether that qualifies to give them legal access or not.
How many people are we talking about? How many lots are we talking?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head. I can try and do a quick search. It looks like it might be about 50-ish, give or take.
And I think the issue is traditionally nobody was interested in the access, but it's beginning to grow.
Well, it sounds like we need a legal opinion here to clear you to make this legal. Please.
Is council interested in having docks on the municipal portion of land that is in question? I think that's the question council has to ask themselves. I know we're discussing legal access back and forth, but at the end of the day, it's a license of occupation on municipal land. So that's the question council has to ask themselves especially if I'm not sure, we could have a legal opinion on how many owners would possibly be able to put a dock there. But what does council want to do moving forward?
It's a tough one, Mallory, because it seems there's several layers to it on this note. And I think the legal opinion is a place to start on that. And then it would give me more information to put something forward. You know, if there's a cottage been there across the road and it's been there for 50 years and they've had a dock there is one thing. But again, if you're looking at multiple slips and a whole bunch of other stuff on the go with the I'm going to say the murky waters of the different layers of it just yet, I think it's too mature for me to comment.
But does council want to spend money on a legal opinion on whether private landowners can have docks on municipal land that is intended for the general public?
What's the official plan say?
Says no.
The official plan in terms of use of road allowances. So we have a policy that guides the use of road allowances. It's policy 32, and it discourages the use of road allowances for docks by members of the general public. It's to preserve the use of those road allowances for everybody.
It's clear as mud, huh?
And I don't know if it makes a difference, but we had a license of occupation. We've had a dock down there for many, many, many years. It was just when we reapplied this particular time, I believe, my assumption is with the GIS that you have, it was identified that that was private land where it was never identified in the past. I'm thinking that's why we got it before and why it's become contentious now.
My concern, Murray, is if there's 50 people that can use this lot and it's a really small piece, who do we give the license occupation to?
If they're all entitled to it.
If they're all entitled to let 50 people have it, like, well, you know, that's not a very big piece, correct?
Then where do you draw the line at people wanting license of occupation on other lakes?
This is the other aspect. Is it deeded or not?
This portion is a public road allowance. It's not
It's
deeded.
not
There are
deeded.
deeded blocks, bookmarking it. I mean, bookending it. So there, on each side of it, there are blocks that everybody in the plan of subdivision has common interest in.
All right, well, if we're not talking about 50 people on this particular spot we're talking about, and they can access it through their deed at both ends, that makes it a bit better, I think, for everybody. But on the same note, I'm still with the lawyer aspect. But
Yeah, me too.
So the lawyer aspect, meaning that we pay for a legal opinion for this? We being the public dollar pays for a legal opinion on this. This is my question.
how much would that cost? Couple hours? $1,000?
It's hard to say.
Well, my own opinion is it's public lands, and if we don't deal with it properly, then it could cost us a lot more than that.
But it also means if you allow private docks on public property, you have to allow it everywhere. That's the wormhole you're getting into, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
We do it now. There's hundreds of them. Correct.
I think they mean the other, not the shoreline road allowance, the other road allowance, right?
Original.
Sorry, is there a question for us?
Sorry, Pat had a question about clarifying how many we had on road allowances like this.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I know staff brought a report forward to council several years ago identifying several illegal docks on municipal property in upwards of at least 200.
And that's on the shore road allowance though versus the original road allowance, correct? Is that
Most of those were on shore road allowances, correct? But this is a shore road allowance as well.
Now, they haven't just put it there without asking us. They have had license of occupation. So that being said, that's not a squatter's rights thing. It's not something that you get indefinitely. A license of occupation has to be renewed by council. It's not something that you inherently have. Just because you put a dock there first and council approved it first, it could always expire. But it's up to, it's not a unique, this area is unique because it's complicated in access, but it's not a unique situation in this township that people are getting license of occupations for different things. So the reason I'm asking is who's paying for the legal opinion is because it's very specifically to solve a problem for very specific landowners. So that's why I'm asking council if they do, like, I'm just clarifying, you want to spend money on a legal opinion for this specific area.
Yeah, I don't think we have a choice, but I think we have to spend it.
Or we go forward with the next one.
But you got to think about the precedent you're setting here. What if we do allow it? Then we got to allow them all over.
Well, I mean, we have to with the lawyer.
Yeah.
Like, I think we have to go ahead with the lawyer to get his opinion, I think. I
don't know, but if you want it, you should be getting a lawyer, to be honest with you.
Well, I've spoken to a lawyer, you know, it's, we could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting that.
Yeah, no, you don't need to fight it. You just need an opinion.
Well, I got an opinion.
you got it in
The
writing?
Opinion was that I had the prescriptive right to go down to the lake. That
You got
was,
that in writing?
no, I could. I just went for a consultation so that I could speak intelligently.
Well,
But-
you have, but I think you need that in writing.
So everybody has the prescriptive right to go down to the lake on the public shore road allowance, but the question we're looking at right now are the docks in the water that are a license of occupation that are there for a select few. Because everybody has a prescriptive right to go on that shore road allowance. If it's not, if it belongs to the municipality, am I correct?
It's not a prescriptive right, but the council on behalf of the municipality are stewards of the road allowances on behalf of the general public. So the public can use road allowances.
Okay.
So what legal opinion are you looking for?
Looking for one in writing from your lawyer that he's prepared to stand behind.
That says I have because to me, I thought the issue was the prescriptive right to go across that road
But apparently there's another little piece in it. So Jeff's saying.
So I would, it's up to you whether I have a dock or not, though. I don't understand.
Well, we could, if we turn you down, we're going to turn everybody down.
Mhm.
And that's where we should have been to start with, but we weren't. So I don't know. I don't know what to do with this now.
What if the determination is that a bunch of property owners have legal right to get down there? We've already got questions from others if they can put docks on that land.
So they'd have to be able to be denied legally too. So
Well, council can deny anything legally here. That no one has a right to do this, like an inherent right to do this. So it's completely up to council whether or not they allow it. But what I'm asking is, are we going to allow just certain people we know to do it, or are we going to allow all the other people who want to do the same thing to do it too, and then just have the entire area dock? So that's the question, right? That council has to think about going forward, is that others have noticed that there's docks here, and if they also have rights, they're going to ask to do the same thing.
nobody thought about this when that subdivision went through, did they?
No.
Well, you're.
I'm with Jen on the application. I'm Jennifer.
Yeah.
And so the problem here is, I just want to be clear from what you guys are saying now. You don't want docks on municipal shoreline allowances, period. So what you're saying is if you deny ours, now you're going to go around Dysart County or Dysart municipality, and all the docks that we see that people have on the municipal shoreline road allowance, which we know there's tons of them. Lots of people do that. We live up here. We love it up here. Our access to the water, okay, so we could go to the E Lake Public Beach and put a boat in there. Do you know how much of a nightmare the parking is there? So basically what you're doing is you're cutting off residents from accessing the water, because most people up here that live up here full time do not live on the water. We access the water by these docks on the municipal shoreline road allowance. We went through the proper channels, got the license of occupation, and now because we have to reapply for something that we are doing the legal route, you're going to ban us. You don't have to approve 50 docks down there. You could set a thing. So if there's this much shoreline, you can only have so many docks per feet. First come, first serve. You don't have to approve every dock that goes down there.
But how do you treat everybody the same?
How do you qualify?
So is this something that we should be letting people know? Just so you know, if you have a dock on the municipal shoreline allowance, the Dysart is in the process of making sure that they ban everybody's docks. Because that's what it sounds like to me.
No, it's not like that. No, you're taking it.
So it's either you're allowed to have a dock there, you've applied for a license of occupation, it either gets approved or it doesn't. So if it doesn't get approved there, what's stopping Dysart from deciding that no one can have a dock anymore on the municipal shoreline road?
And they could.
Yeah, the answer to that is nothing stopping Dysart from that. It's municipal land, it's public land. So, I mean, I live on Wonderland Road. I could go put a dock across on the public access on Wonderland Road, and then I could ask for a license of occupation after. And they'd have to decide whether, they could tell me to kick it off. I've never tried that. I've never tried to do it, but I could. So it's similar to that. And then it's great that it's through the proper channels. There's lots of illegal docks too. And it's really hard to enforce them all. So what typically happens is that other members of the public come to staff in droves, and they complain about docks that are on public lands, and then it's a massive enforcement issue. So that's where we're coming from with it. It's there are docks sitting on a public access point. The person who has the dock there doesn't own the land. They get a license of occupation, which is kind of like a little lease, and they get insurance. And when it's done legally, that's great. But it's not a right for tied to their property specifically. It's an allowance to do it for a specified period of time.
And I understand that. It just feels like we're being punished now for going through the proper channels when there are lots of docks that are illegally set out, and instead of wasting time, you want to put money through for this lawyer to say the road. Like, we've had lawyers say, you can cross that private section of Elk Drive until a landowner owner, the municipality, you guys don't own that private section of Elk Drive. It goes, so if the landowner came and told us that we could not cross it, then we could not cross it. But that's not the decision of the municipality. That's according to a lawyer. Go to 10 different lawyers, you're going to get an opinion that's going to differ with each single one. But now you want to spend more money and drag this on even longer to hire a lawyer.
We can just turn it down and won't drag it on any longer.
Like,
it's
frustrating.
Well, maybe it is, but it's frustrating for other people too.
Keeps changing.
You're looking at your view, and you're welcome to your view, but you're looking at a very narrow approach compared to the big picture. We got to look at the big picture here for everybody. What we do for this lady, we got to do for everybody else that's got a similar situation, or for you. So, sorry, can't do any more to help you here right now.
And there I thought my lot was the loophole we needed.
Well, maybe it is. I don't know for sure.
Okay, well, I'll get a letter regarding that, and then we'll see.
Okay, thank you.
Does council want to defer this for now?
Yeah.
And so if council's deferring it, that means they're still going to possibly entertain having docks on this area. And I just want to confirm that that's the case.
We're deferring it, but doesn't mean we're not going to come back and not allow them.
Okay.
Want more information?
Okay, so I'll read a resolution. Be resolved that council defers the request to renew the license of occupation agreement with Bishop Lavery Hamilton for use of the original shore road allowance on Moose Lake between blocks G and H, Plan 541, in front of Lot 32, Concession 3 and 4 in the geographic township of Guilford.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay. We'll do one more before we break for an hour for lunch.
Yep, thank you. So this is for item 3F on the agenda for severance proposal for the lands of Miller Lake Conservation. The proposal involves creating one new waterfront lot with a lot area of 0.69 hectares and a lot frontage of 73 meters on Guilford Lake, and for one retained lot. The proposal will also sever and convey a portion of the lands known as Part 2 and Part 4 on the draft reference plan, and to merge that with Preacher's Lane. The intent is to establish a natural buffer between the proposed severed lot and the existing waterfront residential property to the west, thereby enhancing the privacy for both properties. Due to the steep slopes on parts 2 and 3, they are unsuitable for development. Furthermore, these areas will be rezoned as open space or similar designation to preserve the natural vegetation, support the ecological connectivity, and prevent erosion associated with development on steep terrain. Access to the proposed severed lot is intended via the existing Preacher's Lane right-of-way, utilizing the existing driveway that extends into the lot. A separate consent application to establish this right-of-way is not required. As a condition of consent, a legal undertaking shall be provided to formally attach the right-of-way to the proposed severed lot, ensuring secure and ongoing access and confirmation that the property has legal access to Halliburton Lake Road, which is a publicly maintained road. There are no circulation requirements for a severance proposal. However, internal municipal departments have been circulated. The following comments have been received. County of Halliburton has provided that a site evaluation report environmental impact study is required for new shoreline lot creation. Land use compatibility report, aggregate impact assessment is required due to the existing pit/quarry operations and licensed area or lands being located within 500 meters of the proposed severed lot. And the applicant must demonstrate that the severed lot and retained lot have legal access over the intervening parcels using Boyce Bradley Drive to the publicly maintained year-round road. And staff recommend that council support the general principle of the proposed severance, subject to conditions identified in the report and any additional input received through the public consultation process. And I believe the consultant, Peter Hungerford, is in attendance to speak to the application, should council have any questions.
Yeah.
Chris, I got a question. When they purchased this land, I believe there's an agreement made that the snowmobile trail would never be closed between the lake and the road. Can that be put in here, or is that still, where do we sit with that?
The trail will be on the retained portion of the property, so my understanding is that there is no effect to that trail. I guess if council would like to have that maybe implemented into the severance agreement, maybe I'll defer that to Peter to maybe address that on the intent of the trail, that existing trail to the north.
Well, that's a very important trail from the east to west, so it's,
Yep.
I know when Barry sold it, he always allowed it. It was supposed to stay there, so I just want to make sure it stays for tourism.
Yeah, so I don't think that there's any intention to stop that crossing over the retained lands, and perhaps that's something that when we have the severance agreement prepared, that that's implemented into the severance agreement.
You want to comment on that, Peter, or?
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly correct. When the survey was prepared, the surveyor was instructed to set the north limit of the proposed severed lot at a point sufficiently south of the north limit of the overall property to ensure that the snowmobile trail would be preserved, and that part of the property will be joined with the retained parcel of almost 200 acres. So from the very beginning, the intent was to ensure that that snowmobile trail remained unaffected.
That answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so what's staff recommending here?
So staff recommend that council support the general principle of the proposed severance, subject to the conditions identified in the report and any additional input received through the public consultation process, which would proceed through the County of Halliburton's land division.
Okay. All right. Okay, so resolution then, Mallory?
Be it resolved that council support the general principle of a severance proposal for file number D00 SV 2025-008, lands of Millers Lake Conservation, subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report and the comments received through the public review process.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
So Murray, I can read a resolution to go into closed, and then when we come back out, we'll be ready to do the rest of our agenda, if that works.
Okay.
So be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 12:40 6:42 PM to discuss matters pursuant to Section 239, subsection 2 of the Municipal Act as amended pertaining to 1, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and 2, proposed disposition of lands in the townships of Dysart and Guilford, County Road 21 property, and an original road allowance.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carmen, Pat, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I also ask that Ashley, Dave, Haley, and Jess leave the meeting so we can go into closed? Otherwise, they won't be able to get back in later.
Okay.
Yeah,
And-
if we do, yeah, you won't be able to get back in.
Yeah, and Jeff and Carl can stay. And I'll let you know when we're finished closed so you can rejoin. Thank you.
I didn't realize how much fun this was. There. Okay, Mallory, are we ready?
We're ready. So the first report here is fire department. Dan's not with us right now. Any questions from council?
No, we're going to just a resolution.
Okay, be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the fire department report for August 2025.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Movie fundraiser.
This
So
would-
what? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go ahead, Tamara.
That's okay. Council approved this one in principle prior, and we just wanted to bring the formal resolution to council. It's a fundraiser for Point in Time and Health Services, I believe.
Yeah, we already did do this once. Okay. Okay, resolution.
Okay, be it resolved that council approves the request from Scott Pollard and Adam Carpenter to host a movie night in Head Lake Park on October 11th, 2025 to raise funds for the Halbert and Highlands Hospital Foundation and Point in Time. Given that this is a fundraiser for local groups, council also waives the park fees for this event.
Mover and seconder. Tammy and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Auditorium rental readings for line dancing.
So this one, Carly Stevenson has come forward to ask for a fee reduction for her line dancing classes. And so she's looking at different locations right now. We suggested that so council has a better idea of how much of a fee waiver they'd possibly be providing, that she sets a request for the rest of this year, and then if the classes continue to be successful, she can come back and ask again. But that's what the resolution's structured to be right now.
It's private enterprise, isn't it?
It is private enterprise, so it's entirely up to council if they would like to grant that, but yeah.
It is, but we quite often with the Parks and Rec, because we don't do a lot of our own programming, try to partner with some of these private organizations, and the classes are open to the public at relatively low fees, I believe.
How much is it an hour? $40. or
It's
something.
42 and she's suggesting 35
For the whole 2-hour period.
for the 2 hours. And we have
Oh,
done
well,
that
she-
before with
it's a big
karate.
reduction.
Moreno and Guilford, for some of the things till they get going and get a foothold, what we've done is offered them so much per person up to that rate. And that way, if they only have 3 people show up for a week, you get them till they get,
Mhm,
till
that
they
makes
get
sense.
growing and they can make the hourly rate. That's what we've done in Guilford before.
I don't know. Giving money away all the time, don't we?
We charge the 35 for karate when we did that there under a similar.
So it'd be
rental
35 an
structure.
hour.
Yeah, for 2 hours.
No, it'd be 30, it would be 35 for 2
35 for
hours.
the 2 hours. Sorry, is that right?
Yeah.
17.50 an hour. That's quite a reduction. A lot more than half. Why don't we suggest $25 an hour? That's a big split. That's still a good reduction. 40%. Well, we can't even turn the hydro on for that hard, and staff.
$25 an hour instead of 42,
Yeah.
45.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, resolution.
I'm just rewording this.
25 per hour for 2 hours. Just change that in the resolution.
Do you want to do it for the remainder of 20? Yeah, I know it's just differently worded because it's per hour now. Do you want to do it for the remainder of 2025, or do you want to just do that's her rental rate indefinitely?
2025, wouldn't we?
Yeah, for the remainder of 2025.
She gets.
Okay, so be it resolved that council approves Carly Stevenson's request to reduce the rental fee for the auditorium and sets the rental fee at $25 per hour plus insurance plus HST on a weekly basis for the remainder of 2025. If required, Ms. Stevenson may submit a new request for a reduced rental rate for the 2026 calendar year.
Moving seconder. Scott and Carm, all in favor? Yeah. Okay. Okay, AJ LaRue parking lot.
This is another ID clinic event. The request was submitted by Sue Tiven from the county, and they're just asking to use the AJ LaRue Arena parking lot on October 30th.
They've done this before as well.
Yeah, this is the second time.
This is for employment services. Okay. All right.
I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that Dysart Council approves the request from Sue Tiffin, Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan Coordinator for the County of Haliburton, for the use of the AG LaRue Arena parking lot for the Identification and Employment Services Clinic event scheduled to take place on October 30th, 2025 from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and further direct staff to work with the event organizers to determine suitable locations for mobile service units requiring access to the parking lot.
Are you there, Nancy? Nancy's gone, okay. Mover and seconder then. Carmen, that, or Paul, doesn't matter. In favor? Okay, building and bylaw.
Good afternoon. We'll start with the building permit activity report for August. So August was a healthy month with regards to building permits. We issued a good number of dwelling units as well in August. Permit revenue was a very good number, as well as a number of inspections. Any questions with regards to the activity report?
No, much better report, Carl. Looks good.
Right.
Mover and seconder.
I should read the resolution. Be it resolved that council received the August 2025 building permit activity report as information.
Okay, mover and seconder now. Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carrie. Septic maintenance, Jeff?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I have the update for the month of August for the septic maintenance inspection program. The 2025 season came to an end on August 29th. As you know, we were completing inspections in part 2 of area 5. Out of the 450 properties that were originally scheduled, we completed roughly 370 inspections, with the others exempt or covered by third-party inspectors. In August, 125 inspection attempts were made, resulting with 105 full inspections, 20 incomplete or no-shows, and 18 of those inspected were identified as high risk. Alongside our septic inspections, we completed 103 lake health assessments, providing property owners with educational feedback on their shoreline. Properties that were not inspected by the August 29th date are now considered non-compliant with our program bylaw, and they are scheduled for follow-up inspections at the increased inspection fee of $320. And I'll be back in October to provide my year-end report. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Okay, resolution, please. Thank you.
Be resolved that council receives the August 2025 update for the septic maintenance inspection program as information.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Walt. All in favor? Barry? Okay, bylaw update.
Yes, good afternoon. For the bylaw update, our August numbers held relatively steady around that 30 complaints. September, we've seen a bit of a dip as expected, but it's still holding fairly high. We're getting the short-term rentals mostly under control. We're around 90% compliance now. And the other item that I want to discuss is that we've received a lot of requests for the procedure and policy for bylaw complaints. Generally, we follow industry standard in terms of procedure, but we don't actually have a written one that was approved by council. I just wanted to know if council would like a policy to be drafted for how bylaw complaints are handled.
Well, wouldn't mind seeing one. And then we treat everybody the same.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Question? Resolution?
Be resolved that council accepts the bylaw update report for September 2025 as information.
Mover and seconder. Carm and Pat, all in favor? Carrie, thank you. Relief from the sign bylaw.
Yes, so we had a request for relief from the sign bylaw from travelmaven.ca. They would like an additional fascia sign on their building. Due to the building being on an angle and on a curved road, you can only see one side of the building from either direction. So they would like an additional sign on the building so that you could see when you're driving away from the dump towards town. Be able to see their sign as well.
I don't even know where that is. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Everybody okay with that? Okay, resolution, Mallory.
Be it resolved that the request from Travel Maven for relief from section 7.2 of the sign bylaw is granted.
Mover, Barry and Pat, all in favor? Gary, thank you.
Barry, could I ask you a question?
Yep.
I'm sorry, this isn't on the agenda, but I'm getting a few concerns about this, Haley, and of course, we've had a long day already. But if you could just give me a quick update or a briefing on what the policy is for those docks that are pulled up on, let's just use Halliburton Lake as an example. Right now, there's 4 docks that are pulled up on the beach. And I know that we have, can you tell me what if they don't get them off there, what happens to them?
So we're still deciding how we want to proceed with it. This year, I believe 2 years ago, council decided that we would put a sticker or a tag to warn people. Last year, we did tag every dock on Halliburton Beach 3 times as somebody came and removed the tags. The docks that are there now have also been tagged. Under our encroachment bylaw, we are able to remove any of the docks with 0 warning. We have given ample warning at this point, so we're just looking for direction if we would like to remove the docks or not, or continue with the education phase.
I just, if those docks were floating out, say, 20 feet out in the water there, would they be under those same restrictions or rules?
No, that would fall under the purview of the Ministry of Natural Resources, I believe. Once they're on the land on municipal property is when it falls under encroachment bylaw.
So do you think we could get a hold of those 4 dock owners and just have them push their docks out 20 feet or?
I don't think we can give them direction to do that. If they're going to do that, they should probably talk to the ministry. But If they're gonna leave them in the water, could they leave them at their cottages in the water?
Well, it must be, the reason is that where the ice buildup on the lake is probably why they want to pull them up on the beach there. But also I was thinking that there's no flags on them. There's no reflectors on them. So, I mean, if they just put flags and reflectors and they're floating out 20 feet from shore, even 10 to 20 feet, they're back in the water. And so if we start talking about lifting docks up and taking them someplace, I'm definitely against that, but also I understand that they've got to follow the rules. And we are trying to work with them, but I'm just wondering if they were just out floating in the water. Does that help our policy that is in place?
Again, because it's not our jurisdiction in the water, we couldn't direct people to put them there, I don't think. I think it would get us in further trouble, but we also have to watch for skidoo traffic out on the lake too. I know I leave my own dock in the water, but I put 2 big Muskoka chairs on the corner so everybody knows where it is.
Yeah,
if
that's
they're
what I'm
coming
saying.
by.
If we got them to put, flag them properly or like reflectors but I just don't like the idea of us going to that type of work for our own staff and somehow the communication, the people have got to, maybe we're gonna end up having to come up with a policy where they, like you just said, that they don't put the docks on the beaches at all, but.
That
right
is
now-
the policy currently. It's under the encroachment.
But if they
bylaw.
move out into the water, they're okay.
That's for the ministry to answer. That's not our jurisdiction.
Can you help me out here, Haley or Carl?
Yeah, so I would agree with Tamara. I would hesitate to recommend they float them out in the water because that does become a ministry jurisdiction and I don't know what their rules on it are exactly. It's kind of basically you just can't stay there and I hesitate to give direction on exactly where to go. I would obviously advise if somebody chooses to float their dock to put some sort of marker on it so it doesn't get hit by a snowmobile, but at this point they're being stored on the public lands, which is an encroachment issue. It's also many of them don't have any sort of markers for snowmobilers to see them once they get covered, so that's a big safety concern as well.
None of them had any markers. So I guess that's the answer, eh?
What's that?
It is getting less year over year though with the education of docks being there, isn't it? Is it improving?
We've seen fewer this year on the beach. The kind of west bay of Halliburton Lake seems to have quite a few already though. But the beach we're seeing fewer.
Everybody on the Lake Association know this?
Yes, the president of the Lake Association has been contacted and was requested to put a reminder in the newsletter last year and this year.
But these might be non-members or something like that, right?
Possibly.
There's signage up as well, or has been, and it's been removed. And
Well,
I think the people that are doing it know because they've been tagged and the tags have been removed
Well,
and
they're
they've been
just
tagged
defying-
several
they're just
times.
defying us, that's
sure. Call it tilt and load. Yep. Well, it's not as if they haven't been warned is the deal. So they're flying in the face of it, in my
Yeah.
own opinion.
Just defying us.
Yeah.
Okay. Did we do the resolution on that? Yeah, we
We
did.
did. I think we're ready for Public Works now.
Okay. Dave here?
He's in the background, so Lori will just promote him.
Okay.
And Ashley as well.
There we go. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. Dave Coulter, Operations Manager for the Roads Department. My road maintenance status report for August 2025 regarding surface treatment. So that's under the construction. We did complete the surface treatment as of August 11th. So that was Mountain Road, Illman Road, Redkin Road, and Watts Road. For bridges and culverts, culvert replacement on Irish Line Road, that was Dysart et al. Staff. Emergency washouts, so we did repair the Halliburton Lake Road section that was washed out from a beaver dam letting go late July, so that was resurfaced. And then we have ditching. So for Irish Line, we are completing ditching for Dysart et al. Staff. That started at the end of August and it carries forth till today. We actually completed it today. And then patching. So pothole patching with cold patch and then spray patching. So we did some spray patching in town on Highland Street and on Maple Avenue. Maintenance grading's ongoing, and then gravel resurfacing. We did put some loads of gravel on Winona Lake Road to better the hills.
Well, it was a good job you did touching the, putting the sand and the tar on coming
I
into
can't hear you,
town.
man.
Yeah. It was good. Okay, resolution then? Any questions for Steve? Okay. Okay, resolution?
Be it resolved that council receives this report outlining roads maintenance activities for August 2025 as information.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Carm, all in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
The next item is our standard winter maintenance services agreement with the County of Halliburton. It's a bylaw. If you'd like me to read the resolution.
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to, we're going to ask about tomorrow at the county, how come they're different for every municipality?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Are
you ready to pass this today, or do you want to defer?
Yeah, we'll pass it. We can get it adjusted.
Okay. So be it resolved that bylaw 2025-79, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a winter maintenance services agreement with the County of Halliburton, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay. Mover and seconder, Tammy and Walt, all in favor? Carry. Okay. Waste management summary.
Hi, Council. The second quarter waste management summary. Vehicle counts for our second quarter had a 1.81% decrease from 2024 for a total of 44,199 vehicles. For half a year, there was a 1.69% decrease for a total of 73,878 vehicles. Our tonnage, blue box material, saw an increase of 0.98% for the second quarter overall from last year. There was a 15.81% increase in garbage. That was due to Harcourt turning into a transfer station instead of a landfill and materials being hauled out. Construction demolition waste saw an increase of 17.74% for the second quarter. For the first half of the year, for blue box material, there was a 5.45% increase to 448.24 metric tons. Garbage material saw an increase of 12.59% to 909.41 metric tons. Construction and demolition waste saw a total decrease of 6.90% to 1,487.97 metric tons. For revenue for the second quarter, there was a 5.9% increase to $196,905.20, and a reduction of 5.91% for the first half of the year, for a total of $262,376. Our expenses, blue box costs, stayed the same at zero. Garbage and hauling processing increased by 7.13%. Construction and demolition waste hauling and processing had a decrease of 18.67%. Our total hauling and processing had a total decrease of 4.94%. For the first half of the year, blue box stayed the same Garbage and hauling increased by 9.62%. Construction and demolition waste hauling and processing had a total decrease of 34.82%. And the total hauling and processing had a decrease of 9.15%.
Lot. Okay, that's, any questions for Ashley? Okay, resolution.
Be it resolved that council received the second quarter 2025 waste management summaries information.
Moved and seconded. Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carrie, thank you. Winter holidays.
Okay, the hours of operation at Desert's 5 waste disposal sites go to their winter operating hours effective October 1st, 2025, and they run until April 30th, 2026. Their usual winter operating hours are listed in the chart, so there's a reduction in hours at each site. As per the bylaw 2024-2025 to govern the management of waste, the following hours of operation are used during the Christmas, New Year's, and holidays. Christmas Eve, December 24th, any waste disposal sites are scheduled to open, close at 12:30 p.m. On Christmas Day, all waste disposal sites are closed, and Boxing Day, all waste disposal sites open with winter holiday Monday hours. New Year's Day, any waste disposal site scheduled to open would close at 12:30. Sorry, that was for New Year's Eve. New Year's Day, all waste disposal sites are closed. So in 2025, Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve fall on a Wednesday. Applying the usual winter hours of operation and the Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve hours, Dysart's waste disposal sites would be open on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. Haliburton Landfill would be 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Harcourt Landfill would be closed. Kinesis Lake Landfill would be closed. West Bay Landfill would be closed. And West Guilford Landfill would be closed. Therefore, Christmas Eve 2025, Christmas Day 2025, Boxing Day, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day holiday hours. On the Monday, December 22nd, Haliburton would be closed, Harcourt would be closed, Kinesis Lake would be closed, West Bay closed, West Guilford would operate 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tuesday, December 23rd, Haliburton would be closed, Harcourt would operate 9 to 2. Kinesis Lake would operate 9 to 2, West Bay would operate 9 to 2, and West Guilford would be closed. Wednesday, December 24th, Haliburton would be open 8 to 12:30, Harcourt would be closed, Kinesis Lake would be closed, West Bay would be closed, and West Guilford would be closed. Christmas Day, all sites would be closed. Boxing Day, Haliburton would operate 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., Harcourt would operate 12 to 5 p.m. Kinesis Lake would operate 12 to 5 p.m. as well as West Bay, and West Guilford would operate 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Weekend hours would be the same as usual, and then this would also apply to New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, where Haliburton would operate on New Year's Eve 8 to 12:30. All other sites would be closed, and New Year's Day all sites would be closed as well. And these hours would be promoted to the public via the Dysart website, social media such as Facebook and Instagram, the Haliburton County Waste Wizard web app, newspaper print advertising, public service announcements on the radio, signage at all waste disposal sites, an electronic sign on Mountain Street at the AJ LaRue Arena.
Okay,
You ready for me to read the resolution?
yeah, I am.
Be resolved that council approve the Christmas Eve, December 24th, 2025, and New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2025, hours of operation at Dysart's 5 waste disposal sites as per the September 23rd staff report.
Moved and seconded. All right. Tammy, all in favor? Carrie. Great Haliburton clothing swap.
On Saturday, October 4th, 2025, the municipality of Dysart et al. And Fleming College will host the 2nd annual Great Haliburton Clothing Swap. The event will be held in the Great Hall of the Fleming School of Art and Design at 297 College Drive. and there is no cost to the public to participate. At the event, the public can drop off gently used clothing and accessories beginning on Monday, September 29th until Thursday, October 2nd. Volunteers will assist in the organization of all donations as well as the day of the event. Any remaining clothing at the end of the event will be collected for reuse and recycling by Dysart's textile recycler, Cornerstone to Recovery. Approximately 81 pounds of textiles per person are thrown out to landfill in Canada annually. In 2014, the rise of fast fashion, the average consumer purchased more than 60% clothing than they did in 2000, while only keeping each item for half as long. In August 2022, Dysart implemented a textile recycling program at all 5 of its waste disposal sites. Through this program, Dysart ratepayers diverted in 2022 5.12 metric tons of textiles, 2023 20.85 metric tons of textiles, and in 2024 28.85 tons of textiles. Waste composition studies were conducted 2022 and 2023. In 2023, textiles contributed to 2.49% of the garbage stream, 0.18% of the paper stream, and 0.02% of the containers recycling stream. From the waste composition study conducted in 2022 to 2023, there was a 58% reduction in textiles. The Great Haliburton Clothing Swap is being promoted by Fleming College and Dysart through print advertisement, media releases, social media, as well as the website. And any costs associated for the clothing swap will come from promotion and education activities, which will be absorbed by the Dysart's 2025 environmental manager budget. And it supports Dysart's Dysart's strategic plan for sustainable growth and development and protect and respect the environment, continue to work with partner groups to promote public education on environmental protection and management, and promote and explore opportunities to process, reduce, and divert waste.
Okay, thank you. Resolution, please. Mallory.
Yep. Be resolved that council receive this report for informational purposes about Dysart's second annual waste diversion event, the Great Haliburton Clothing Swap.
Mover and second. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Carrie? Okay.
Okay. And last report, Haliburton Landfill Construction Demolition Waste Composition Study. Be it resolved that council receive this report summarizing the August 2025 construction and demolition waste composition study performed by environmental consultants AET's information, and further that council authorize staff to investigate diversion programs and associated costs, if any, to reduce the tonnage of construction and demolition material going to landfill, and that staff report back to council with potential waste diversion solutions at a later date. Construction and demolition study was conducted in August 2025 to identify what types of material were commonly disposed of at the Haliburton waste disposal site. Environmental consultant group AET conducted an inbound construction demolition waste composition study from August 12th to 15th. 68 separate inbound loads along with materials collected between August 5th to August 8th were inspected. From that, AET sampled approximately 90% of the material stored on site, utilizing Dysart's excavator to sort material into wood, metal, asphalt, other recyclables, and non-recyclables. Volume of each pile was measured, and a select amount of material was weighed to determine the kilogram per cubic meter of the materials. Between August 13th to 15th, a log was created to track waste materials, which included the volume of each separated material, select weights, lengths, and width of the trailer and vehicle containing construction and demolition waste materials. Observations: there were approximately 124,852 kilograms of material sampled from the construction demolition materials brought to the Haliburton waste disposal site. The material sampled, approximately 81,995 kilograms, or 66% of the material, was non-divertible. 42,772 kilograms, or 34%, was divertible, and 84.34 kilograms, or 0.07%, was household hazardous waste. The most observed materials were treated lumber, which was commonly found in the C&D pile, and it accounted for 72,946 kilograms, or 58% of total material. Shingles accounted for approximately 16,905 kilograms, or 13%, followed by solid untreated wood, accounting for approximately 14,225 kilograms, or 11%. Of the 34% divertible material, shingles and untreated solid wood were the two main streams of material. In total, approximately 42,772.55 kilograms of material could have been converted.
That's good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that council receive this report summarizing the August 2025 construction and demolition waste composition study performed by environmental consultants AET as information, and further that council authorize staff to investigate diversion programs and associated costs, if any, to reduce the tonnage of construction and demolition material going to the landfill, and that staff report back to council with potential waste diversion solutions at a later date.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, finance. Thank you.
So the first item in finance is the check summary. So if council is comfortable, I can read the resolution.
Yep.
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the August 2025 check summary.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Carmen and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Next.
Next item is the Haliburton County Community Radio Station lease. Council's read the report. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-80, being a bylaw to authorize the lease agreement with the Haliburton County Community Radio Station, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Next lease is the Four Cs. Unless council has a question, I'll read the resolution. Okay. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-81, being a bylaw to authorize the lease agreement with the Community Christian Concern Center, Four Cs, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder. Tammy and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Administration.
This is just a newsletter from Ontario, Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, so I'll read that resolution. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the August 2025 newsletter from the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus.
Mover and seconder. Carm and that, all in favor? Carried. Okay, planning and then.
Now we're into planning.
We've got a lot of stuff to go here. Huh? These are the three we heard this morning, right?
That's correct. Well, we actually heard the OPA, but there was discussion around the subdivision and the common elements as well. So council has heard and considered the official plan application during the public meeting held earlier today. By direction of council, it was recommended that the application for the proposed official plan amendment to change the designation of rural areas to waterfront areas be denied. Given the recommendation to deny the official plan amendment, the associated northern draft plan of subdivision and plan of condominium ultimately fail, as the proposals would not conform with the official plan policies. Staff can address any questions council may have related to the OPA, plan of subdivision, and plan of condominium for the north phase. Otherwise, a resolution has been prepared for council's consideration regarding the three applications for the official plan amendment, plan of subdivision, and plan of condominium for the northern phases.
Okay, well, let's have them then.
Okay, and there's three of them for this one, so I'll do the first one first. Be resolved that council deny bylaw 2025-82, which is a bylaw to adopt OPA 6, official plan amendment for the lands of 2463756 Ontario Incorporated, in part lot 27, concession 10, part lot 27, concession 1 in the geographic township of Harcourt, municipality of Dysart et al.
Okay, mover and seconder. And Barry, all in favor? Carrie, next.
Be resolved that Dysart et al. Council recommends the denial of the application for the plan of subdivision, D12 SB 2025-001. Should the applicants proceed to make a formal application to the approval authority, the County of Haliburton, and the application is approved, the conditions outlined in the staff report would be appropriate.
Mover, seconder. Walt and Tammy, all in favor? Carried.
Okay, and the last one for this item, be resolved the Dyserdale Council recommends denial of the condominium application D07-CD-2025-001. Should the applicants proceed to make formal application to the approval authority, the County of Haliburton, and the application is approved, the conditions outlined in the staff report would be appropriate.
Okay, mover, seconder. Tammy and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Next.
So the next one is agenda 10B. This is for the south phase of the plan of subdivision and plan of condominium. So the application is for the draft plan of subdivision and plan of condominium to facilitate the development of 38 waterfront residential lots, including a waterfront access block identified as Block B on the draft plan. The municipal official plan does contemplate subdivision development in waterfront residential within the waterfront designation. Since the subject lands fall within this designation, the proposal can be considered, but will need to conform to both provincial and local policies. Many of the proposed waterfront lots themselves appear to be constrained by natural heritage features, including provincially significant wetlands, floodplain areas, meaning direct water access from these lots may be restricted. As such, access to the water would rely solely on Block B, which is similarly limited by the floodplain and wetland features. The development would be accessed through the Common Elements Condominium Road to Benore Lake Road. Staff have raised concerns this arrangement as the proposed condominium road appears to cross areas prone to flooding. Staff question whether the proposed access satisfies the PPS requirements for safe and reliable ingress and egress, and recommend that studies be peer reviewed to confirm appropriate access. A review of the proposed lots has identified several significant constraints affecting development feasibility. Access limitations. Many of the lots require access through sensitive areas, including the flood lines, wetland buffers, and watercourse buffers. Environmental constraints. Again, majority of the lots constrained by PSWs, floodplain, associate buffers, and resulting in limited or no buildable areas. Lot dimensions. So several lots have frontages near the minimum standard. Development envelopes must be confirmed by an Ontario land surveyor. Setback compliance. Numerous lots show non-compliance with the rear yard setback for dwellings and/or septic systems. Waterfront limitations. Many lots lack usable shoreline frontage due to the wetlands and floodplain areas. Dock placement is restricted or prohibited. Incomplete lot details. Several of the lots do not show accessory structures, wells, or septic systems, limiting the ability to assess development feasibility. Again, there are constrained lots. As staff identified, several lots appear to have little or no viable building envelopes due to the environmental constraints. Peer review is required to confirm access and development potential. Open space and special use lots. Lots 26 and 52 designated as open space require site-specific zoning amendment for any proposed use, recreational or exhibition facilities. Block B, which is identified as clubhouse or shared facilities, would require additional studies and approvals. Access across sensitive features and the shoreline as its entirety is within the floodplain. The proposed boat slips are insufficient for the number of lots without direct water access. Further details needed on parking, stormwater management, erosion control, and marine infrastructure for those. So in general, as noted, the municipal official plan does contemplate subdivision development for waterfront residential within the waterfront designation, subject to consistency with the provincial policies and conformity with the local policies. As noted, many of the proposed lots face significant development challenges due to the environmental conditions and limited access. And as noted, several do not currently meet the zoning development standards without further technical analysis, possible setback adjustments, and even zoning. Additional survey work along with peer review of the submitted studies will be required before development feasibility can be confirmed. The applicant has provided a number of technical studies addressing natural heritage features, water resources, etc. However, these studies have not been peer reviewed by the approval authority. Given that many of the proposed lots and access points are constrained, it is recommended that peer review take place before final recommendations are made on the plan of subdivision and plan of condominium. As the County of Haliburton is the approval authority for the plan of subdivision and plan of condominium, there are no statutory circulation requirements under the Planning Act for the local municipality. However, internal departments were circulated for comment and for review. In addition, numerous comments were received through the public meeting held earlier today for the northern phase of the development, many of which were relevant to the south phase development as well. These comments are attached for council's information. And for recommendation, staff would recommend that the application be deferred to allow a comprehensive review of all supporting material prior to making any final decision of the plan of subdivision and plan of condominium proposals. Staff have provided a resolution for council's consideration of the plan of subdivision and plan of condominium proposals, and staff are here to answer any questions council may have.
I think you answered most of them this morning, but anyway, any questions? Okay, Mallory?
Okay, be resolved that council withhold a formal recommendation for the application for plan of subdivision for D12 SB 2025-002 until such time that A, the approval authority and or appropriate agencies have peer reviewed the technical studies, and B, the applicants have submitted a site development plan prepared by Ontario Land Surveyor based upon the recommendation of the site evaluation report, ensuring each lot is suitable for the proposed development and that the development will not unduly be constrained by site limitations. The site development plan is to show the proposed shoreline access paths, access road, servicing, such as driveways, wells, and septic systems, and all buildings and structures, main and accessory, within the required setback area. Upon receipt of the information required above, a formal recommendation will be provided. Should the approval authority, the County of Haliburton, decide to approve the application, the conditions outlined in the staff report may be appropriate.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carmen and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay.
And then there's one more with that one. Sorry. Be it resolved that council withhold a formal recommendation on the application for common element condominium D07 CD 2025-002 until such time that A, the approval authority and or appropriate agencies have peer reviewed the technical studies, and B, the applicants have submitted a site development plan prepared by an Ontario Land Surveyor based upon the recommendations of the site.
Okay. Resolution then?
Just need a mover and seconder, Murray.
Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Pat, Walt, all in favor? Carried.
Mallory, can I quickly say something?
Yep.
I believe that last resolution, the B, was supposed to be based upon the recommendations of the site evaluation report.
Okay, so where it says the applicants have of the site, oh, okay, evaluation at the very end.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. That's added. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, C?
Okay, this is for the land of Hayes, which was heard this morning, and this was just for a environmental protection boundary adjustment. Council had no concerns and recommended that the application be approved.
Okay.
I'll read that. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-83, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Hay, which consists of part lots 16 and 17, concession 10, lot 19, plan 637 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al., which would change the zone of the subject property from urban residential type 1 zone and environmental protection zone to urban residential type 1-9 exception zone and environmental protection zone. Be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign the corporate seal attached thereto, and further that council directs that the register owner shall initiate the restoration buffer works at early stages of construction and shall complete such works no later than May 2026 prior to occupancy of any building on the subject lands, whichever occurs first, to the satisfaction of the municipality.
Mover and seconder. Tammy and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Next.
Okay, the next one is for the Lands of Abbey Gardens. Similar, this one was just to correct the mapping error of the environmental protection and to further delineate the actual boundary or the precise boundary of that environmental protection. Council had no comments or concerns and recommended it be approved.
So I'll read that off. Be resolved that bylaw 2025-84, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the Lands of Abbey Gardens Community Trust, which consists of Part Lot 4, Concession 3 in the geographic township of Guilford, municipality of Dysart, which would change the zone of the subject property from rural residential 13 exception zone and environmental protection zone to rural residential 13 exception. That says it twice. Is that true? Chris, it says rural residential -13 exception. It's going from that to that. Is that the same thing? Is that
Yes,
true?
that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, I
Yep.
just want to make sure. Okay, perfect. To rural residential -13 exception zone and environmental protection zone be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign the corporate seal attached thereto. And further that council direct the owner to enter into a site plan agreement with the municipality to implement the recommendations outlined in the environmental assessment prepared by Mikowski Nelson Associates Limited dated June 5th, 2025.
Okay, resolution, mover, second. Carm and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, next, deeming bylaw 2025-85.
Yeah, this is a deeming bylaw to facilitate a lot addition consent for Mr. Birch, whose property is over on Moose Lake. The consent will resolve an encroachment issue with regards to their driveway, and staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
Okay, resolution.
Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-85, being a bylaw, which is a bylaw to deem lots 171 and 172 registered plan 582 in the geographic township of Guilford, not to be within a plan of subdivision for the purpose of section 50, subsection 3 of the Planning Act, as amended, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. This bylaw is intended to facilitate a lot addition consent and to allow a portion of lot 171, plan 582 to merge on title with lot 172, plan 582.
Mover and seconder, Gary and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay, Grace Lake.
Yeah, this is a bylaw related to an application by Mr. Miss McPhee to purchase the shore road allowance in front of her property, as well as an original road allowance that bisects her property on Grace Lake. Staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
Okay. Resolution.
Be it resolved that council approves bylaw 2025-26, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey part of the road allowance between concessions 1 and 2, part of the shore road allowance in front of lot 1, concessions 1 and 2, and road allowance between concessions 1 and 2. That's true, right? This is a confusing resolution. So it's part of the road allowance between 1 and 2, part of the shore road allowance in front of lot 1, and then the road allowance between concessions 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's the way it's worded. Excuse me, on the survey. I question that too, because really what it's trying to explain there, it's the shore road allowance in front of the original road allowance. That's why it's worded that way.
Okay.
But that's what it says on a registered survey, so we just
Perfect,
copied
we'll
that.
go with it. In the geographic township of Harcourt, be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder, Tammy and Carm, all in favor? Good. Next. Little Red.
Bylaw 2025-86 is an application from Tansy and McKay to purchase part of original road allowance adjacent to their property on the north side of Little Redstone Lake. The notice and circulation requirements for this application are complete. Comments were received from the neighbor, Mr. Blimke, who supports the application but had some comments regarding a right-of-way over their property. The County of Haliburton has also provided general comments, although they didn't have any specific concerns. Staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
Okay, resolution.
Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-86, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original road allowance for road between lots 20 and 21, concession 1 in the geographic township of Havelock, be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder, Carm and that, all in favor? Okay, next.
The next is another bylaw to close and convey various road allowances adjacent to the lands of Marinescu and Jones on Redstone Lake. Council has seen this several times, but I think we're ready to go now, so staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
Resolution?
Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-76, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of lot 28, concession 13 in the geographic township of Guilford, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carmen and Tammy, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Next.
Lastly, bylaw 2025-87 is a bylaw to close and convey a shore road allowance in front of the lands of Brown Ridge in front of their property on Tedious Lake. We did receive comments from the county of Haliburton, but they had no specific concerns, and staff recommend approval of the bylaw.
Okay. Resolution?
Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-87, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of lots 16 and 17, concession 9 in the geographic township of Guilford, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder. Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Harcourt Community Hall,
They have not had a meeting.
nothing. West Guilford.
Nothing, Marie.
Rails End, not
So
here.
Nancy's no longer here, but I can read the resolution. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the September 2025 Rails End Gallery and Arts Center report.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Gary. BIA, Pat?
Report, Murray, they're just starting, there's winter schedule there for meetings, so
Okay. Harvest Halliburton,
same thing.
I like these reports. Source water protection? Who's that? None? Upper Trent? Who's that? Nothing? Okay,
And I'm going to start reading resolutions for the minutes that were put on the agenda just for council to read. So be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the minutes from the May 22nd Cultural Resources Committee is information.
I saw that. Yeah. Well, they made a contribution to somebody, didn't they?
At the May meeting, let me just, I can open it up if you'd like to.
No, I read it. That's okay.
You're okay? Okay. So I just need the mover and seconder for that.
Okay, mover and second. Carmen, Walt, all in favor? Carried.
So next motion, be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the draft minutes from the August 28, 2025 Cultural Resources Committee is information.
Information only, mover and second. Pat and Tammy, all in favor? Carried.
And then lastly, be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the draft minutes from the August 14, 2025 Glebe Park and Museum Committee is information.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Barry and Carm, all in favor? Carried. So, since the Gwenda closed there,
Yeah, so we've done that.
so we should have a resolution coming out of close.
We don't have a resolution coming out of close today.
Oh,
Nope, we're good.
so notice of motion, anything? Confirming bylaw.
Okay, be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-88, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on September 23rd, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. Murray, is your mic on? I didn't hear a mover and seconder or anything.
Well, I was on for a little bit.
Okay, who was it?
I'm just so tired I can't hardly turn it off.
Yeah,
Have you got an adjournment, everybody?
but I just need a mover and seconder for the confirming first.
Hey, Barry and Tam.
Barry Boyce, Tammy Donaldson, okay, and then I will read the resolution for confirming, or for adjournment. Be it resolved that council adjourned its regular meeting held on September 23rd, 2025 at 3:22 p.m.
Mover and second. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carry. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.